Mic 3. Good evening and welcome to the May 11th Budget Committee meeting being held here in the beautiful downtown Oregon City Senior Center. And first order of business is to do the roll call.
Committee member Adam Morrow.
Here.
Committee member Mike Mitchell.
Here.
Committee member Rocky Smith.
Here.
Committee member Kyle Barnhart.
Here.
Committee member Lori Ariniello.
Here.
Committee member Casey Flesh.
Here.
Committee member Frank O'Donnell.
Here.
Secretary William Gifford.
Here.
Vice Chair Andy Smith.
Here.
And Chair Denise McGrath.
Present. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. Hi Kyle, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you to everybody that's here, including our hardworking staff. I'd like to call for approval of the minutes of the April 27th Budget Committee meeting. Has everybody had an opportunity to read them? Are there any additions, corrections, or a motion?
No. Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Great. Committee member
Adam. Question.
Committee member Adam Morrow.
Aye.
Committee member Mike Mitchell.
Aye.
Committee member Rocky Smith.
Aye.
Committee member Kyle Arnhart.
Aye.
Committee member Lori Ariniello. Aye. Committee member Casey Flesh.
Aye.
Committee member Frank O'Donnell.
Aye.
Secretary William Gifford.
Aye.
Vice Chair Andy Smith.
Aye.
And Chair Denise McGrath.
Aye. Next on the agenda is citizen comments, and we have not restricted this, but if you have, your people have already been here and you have something new and exciting to tell us, that would be fabulous because we have had lots of involvement already. I will call on Candace.
Good evening. My name is Candace Hinkin. I have been here before, so I will keep this short and sweet. I am a resident of Oregon City. I work for Oregon City School District, and I'm a member of the Oregon City Together Coalition, who is asking for funding. As you already are aware, the grant that is funding Oregon City Together is going to sunset, and I just want to remind you how important that work is. I'm just going to highlight, because I'm not going to read everything here, but our youth don't want to grow up to be addicts. They don't want to overdose, and they don't want to die. This is an education and access issue. The drugs our youth have access to today have a higher potency and more chemically engineered than before. I also want to invite you. There is an event coming up called Fake and Fatal. It's hosted by Oregon City Together's Coalition at the high school from 6 to 8:30 p.m. It's a free event, and it's on May 23rd. So we'd love for you to be there to hear about the education that's happening with the coalition, and also to just educate yourself. So Fake and Fatal is about fentanyl and how one pill can kill. So thank you for considering our request for funding and your time tonight.
Thank you. Bob LaSalle, as I introduced him last time, the lovely and delightful Bob LaSalle.
Good evening, Budget Committee members. My name is Bob LaSalle, and I'm the chair of the Citizens Involvement Committee. At the first meeting, I presented you with our request for budget, and I think there was a little bit of confusion amongst you, so tonight I hope to make it very clear what we're asking for. The current funding is $52,000 for the biennium. Reference has been given to $60,000. I don't know where that came from, but we've been presented with a printout from finance, which shows we have available $26,000 a year, which would be $52,000 for the biennium. So that's what we've been using. To remain active and to break even, we're asking for the biennium $97,926. In addition, we're asking for $20,000 for the biennium to be used for miscellaneous expenses such as neighborhood association meeting signs, emergency meetings, newsletters versus postcards, special neighborhood activities, National Night Out, and the safety fair, whatever else. And that pretty much covers it. I've carefully studied the proposed budget, and to be honest, what we're asking for, it seems to me to be a mere drop in the bucket. I hope that this clarifies things, and I apologize for the confusion from the first meeting. Does anybody have any?
Do you have this, you have this written down?
Yes.
Page 17 of your packets.
Okay.
So you're asking for 97 plus 20, plus 20.
Yes.
98, actually, yeah.
97, 9, 26.
97, 9, 26.
Rounded for clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you just asking for the sum, 117? Why are they separated?
Pardon me?
Why is the request separated between the 97,000 and the 20,000?
Oh, because the 20,000 was never, years back, we had a miscellaneous fund, which was in our budget. Somehow or another, over the years, it has dropped. And so what I'm asking for is to have that miscellaneous budget reinstituted. And we found over the years that,
A budget amount, correct?
yes, we found over the years that there are some things that come up that need to be financed from the CIC in general, as opposed to individual neighborhood associations, such as participation in the National Night Out and things like that.
Mr. Kunkel, Neighbors Night Out is an event that's a city event, as I understand it. So I'm not sure what sort of obligation CIC would have in terms of providing any funding. I mean, we fund it. We ask people, different organizations come in and they staff it. So I'm a little bit lost.
I guess I'm aware of the city costs associated with National Night Out. I'm not sure if there are neighborhood association costs associated with preparing and that event.
Well, we have ongoing costs as far as handouts. We have a map that is periodically have to be remade, which shows all the neighborhood associations. And one of the things we do is encourage people to show us where they live, so then we can tell them exactly which neighborhood association they belong to. We have little give outs that we give to the children that come through miscellaneous expenditures for that sort of thing.
My recollection, because I think I was the first one to request that map of all the neighborhoods, that was just something that the city provided.
Yeah, they did.
I don't think that it ever came out of the CIC budget.
I don't know where it came out, what budget it came out of. All I know is there was an expense involved. If it came from the city, then that's fine. It's not our.
Yeah, we have a GIS mapping tool that you can get a printout of the neighborhood associations.
Yeah. It's big. It's probably
2 by 3.
that square.
It's huge,
You know, it's
yeah.
pretty big map.
It's 2 by 3. It's laminated. It's nice.
Okay. But the other little miscellaneous giveaway items are kind of nice to have the kids, you know.
I agree. And why can't that come out of the existing budget?
I don't know, I just assume that anything that CIC asks for, they have to be willing to pay for.
But the CIC does have some money now.
Not for miscellaneous. We have, this year, the end of this fiscal year, we will be very close to being out of money. And that is with not every neighborhood having been active during the last 2 years. So we've had to borrow from some of the inactive neighborhoods in order to fund the active neighborhoods where they're continuing mailings for their meeting notifications.
As I recall, there's an algorithm for how much each neighborhood is allocated depending on the number of addresses in that neighborhood.
That's correct.
And because some of the neighborhoods aren't active, then that money is considered fungible to the others.
They have to vote, they vote on it to transfer it.
Yeah.
As you
If a neighborhood asks for additional money, we have a motion and a second, and then the CIC votes to allow them to borrow the money from an inactive neighborhood association.
Well, borrow is generous, they just take it, right? I mean, they're not giving it back.
Well, that's true. It's not a loan.
Yeah.
Yeah. If a loan, maybe we could charge interest.
I don't think so.
$20,000 for little giveaways, huh? Seems a little generous.
The current budget the existing budget was at 52,000. We added 4,000 a year. So in the proposed budget, it's at 60, just so everybody knows kind of what's in your packet in the proposed budget before you right now.
Does anybody recall what that algorithm is as to how that's spread out?
Christine
how
has
much
a-
per-
has a
It's
spreadsheet.
$1.86 per,
All the neighborhoods,
Yeah,
how many
yeah.
mailings there are, and
I've
what,
seen it,
how
I
it's
just haven't
allocated.
seen it recently.
Yeah, it was at the last CIC meetings and all that. It's available.
There, this one was it, right? Is
Uh,
that the allocation?
no, that's.
no,
no,
that was
the one
my,
that I was talking about came from the city staff.
yeah.
So we are currently at 60,000?
In the budget proposed before
The
you,
budget
yes.
proposed, and the CIC is basically requesting for another 60,000.
Well, from the budget that we have been proposed, we have been allowed $52,000 for the biennial. We're asking for an additional $45,926 for the upcoming biennium, which is in addition to the 52,000.
Plus 20.
For a total of $97,926 for the biennium,
Plus 20,000.
plus $20,000 for a miscellaneous fund, yes.
I've never heard any analysis on how responsive all the neighborhoods are to the postcards.
Well, Mr. Gifford, you keep bringing up the fact that the postcards are the thing that we use. That, in fact, there are other ways to contact people in the neighborhood,
I hardly agree.
such as email and Facebook and what all. But the fact remains that the postcards are the only communications tool we have that is guaranteed to reach every single residence in the city,
Well, household anyway.
Household,
household. Yes. I have not heard any other suggestions for another type of
Well, there is.
communication that would,
Something such as constant contact, if you have their email addresses, you can even tell if they've opened it or read it.
So we've been asking questions. He did stay within his 3-minute limit. So unless there's anything else, let's move on. We've got other people who would like to address the group. Any other questions? Okay,
thank you for your time.
thank you. All right, I'd like to call Trieste Andrews, first chair of the Oregon City Arts Commission, and she's not the chair this year, but she is here talking about the arts.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about the
Oregon City Art Commission and some of the needs that we have found over the past year. The Art Commission was reestablished in September of 21 with a budget of $20,000 for each of 21, 22, or $40,000 altogether. The first year consisted of setting a foundation of bylaws, vision, mission statement, and strategy. The Art Commission also approved 2 new murals, the choice of artwork for the banner posts at the top of Malala, and a plan to replace the sculpture that was damaged on the corner of 7th and Center. We also felt it was important to ask the public what they would like to see for art in our community. The Art Commission spent close to $5,000 to send out a survey. We were pleased with the results. Programs for youth, music, performance, and murals were the top choices. We then decided to distribute the remaining $35,000 in the form of grants, specifically by Oregon City artists and art organizations. A request for proposals was created and distributed publicly. 8 applications were received for a total of $46,690. Based on the work the Art Commission has completed over the last year and a half, we would like to ask for a minimum of $80,000 per year for the next 2 years, $160,000 total. This request is based on the following points. Number 1, the RFP for art grants was new for Oregon City and was only available for applications for 6 weeks. Based on these factors, we did not expect a strong response, and yet we received more than $46,000 in requests, with only $35,000 available to distribute. Number 2, we were given $5,800 from an insurance claim to replace the sculpture on the corner of 7th and Center Street. We discovered the actual cost for replacement is between $20,000 and $30,000. In my conversations with the Lake Oswego Art Council, this is typical for sculptures, which they really focus on in their town. Number 3, there's a critical need to survey the current artwork in Oregon City, including murals, which that's why the Art Commission was first established, and build a plan for replacement or refurbishment. Replacement or refurbishment for the most damaged, whether it be a sculpture or a mural, would be between $15,000 and $20,000. Number 4, in addition to these costs, the Art Commission would like to personally fund a new art project each year. A reasonable cost would be between $10,000 and $15,000. I realize that the Oregon City Art Commission was reestablished as part of the initiative to allow murals in Oregon City, and I'm grateful for that. But continued support of the Art Commission and what we have found the public wants and needs to be funded. I believe art is an active force and can be a catalyst for so many of the city's initiatives. Preventing drug use by youth, use art. Support a more diverse culture in Oregon City, use art. Bring more money into Oregon City for economic development. Art has proven to be one of the most lucrative means.
Thank you.
Yes, Rocky?
Trish, when you were speaking about the need to survey, are you talking about an inventory?
In inventory, which we do have from the walking tour through Oregon City,
We have
but
more
it's,
than that, though.
yeah, say that again, Rocky?
I think we have more than that.
She's saying we need more than that.
Yeah,
We have more than that.
Yeah.
We did an inventory of the art, and we
And the-
should have that, and it should be more than just the walking tour.
but is it also the condition of it? That's what we're concerned about. What are the conditions of focusing on the murals, although we have a whole, I think I probably have 20 to 30 pieces of art on a list that I have for inventory, but to focus on what is damaged, like the sculpture on 7th and Center, and there used to be a sculpture on Liberty Square. That has disappeared. And also the murals. Some of the murals are in really bad condition and need to be refurbished, and some of them need a lot of prep work in order to even start the mural. So to do a study on how much would it be for the most damaged piece.
So update the inventory and then deal with
The condition.
The condition and what's, got it.
I wonder if GIS might,
Laura, could you?
We already have it all in
Speak into the
GIS.
mic. Okay.
Yeah, that's all done.
okay.
Okay, well, we need, the Arts Commission needs to see that.
Yeah, who do we contact for that?
I believe that's tourism department.
John's waving.
Okay,
It's either parks or,
Or Public
I don't know
Works.
who has it, but we have it.
All right, John's got it.
Probably a
Great.
department with new
Let the
staff that
record show
doesn't know
that
we have
John
it.
Lewis is the.
No, it's on GIS.
yeah.
Yeah,
we
It's
have
on the
it.
public website right now.
I think it was part of tourism and,
What's the plan for the funding? Because on here you mentioned that you had previously had 35,000 when you received the first. So what is your plan for the money for grants? What's your funding for that?
For it to go forward with that?
Yeah, what would you like for the funding for grants?
Yeah, with over, and this was such 6 weeks, brand new to Oregon City with over 46,000. It would be wonderful to at least be able to contribute 50,000 as a grant. Like my numbers added up on just these general numbers is close to $100,000.
But of course, let's make the correction that all of the projects that you are getting may not receive funding because they may not
Correct.
actually meet all the criteria. I've not seen any of these, but
Yeah.
there's usually always somebody that submits something that doesn't meet the standards, and so we're not, so it's probably less than that number. But we don't know what that is until we meet and convene and talk about
Right.
that. Mr. Conkle, I have a question in general that's not for you, Trish, but thank you. $5,800 seems very paltry. I would assume that we insured that piece for replacement value, because a work of art that's created by somebody's head is not $5,800. And that seems like we should have appealed that to the insurance company and said, excuse me, no. My opinion only.
Okay.
So what was the deal with that?
I'd have to look into it. The artwork was insured,
Sure.
and the 5,800 was the amount that it was insured for. Now, how we come,
It was insured for $5,800?
Mayor, I'm gonna need to go
Okay,
back
all
and
right.
look. I'm aware of what was insured and what we received from the insurance company. Now,
And may
how we
I'm
value
sorry.
art,
No,
I think is difficult.
Right. And may I speak to that?
he's gonna get back to some information.
Okay.
Of your last biennial budget, did any of that go toward funding the costs of any mural refurbishments?
No, it did not. I received funding through the Metro Enhancement Grant through the Three Rivers Artists Guild for the brand new mural that went on Main and 99, and for refurbishment for the trolley car. But nothing from the Art Commission.
Because it didn't have any funding at that time.
We didn't have any funding, true.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I can hear the cash register going cha-ching. All right, that's all the cards I have. So let's move into the meat and potatoes part of the agenda. And then you make note of, comments received prior. And sometimes it's just, we don't have time to read all that when we get it. So thank you, everybody who submitted something. Most of us will review it later. All right, so 5A, let's go through the sections that we still have to get to.
All right, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming out tonight. Really do appreciate it. So why don't we're going to start with police, then we'll go to community development. So police, we're going to start on page 53, but more specifically 57. So what I'm proposing, police, community development, which is planning and building, economic development, parks, library. So that's about what we had.
Thank you, Mr. Zook, for making room
It's going to
for
start on page
Captain Davis.
57. We'll have the specifics related to the police budget itself. The police department, with a total budget of $27.3 million, is the largest department in the general fund, representing 45% of expenditures, includes both police operations and code enforcement. Personnel consists of 46 sworn officers and 14 non-sworn positions. Operating materials and service in the department increased overall due to operating a larger building on a much larger property. In addition, IT professional and services increased by $200,000. The 911 dispatch services provided by Clackamas County increased by $150,000 to just over $1 million for the biennium. And then we also included body and car cameras and software. It's called Axon for $135,000. The code enforcement budget, in the existing biennium, the commission approved the addition of 1 additional FTE to code enforcement. So that additional FTE in the current budget is reflected in the proposed biennial budget. Taking that addition of 1 FTE takes code enforcement up to 6.48 FTE. And I'll just go back up real quick on the IT professional services. So what we've traditionally tried to do is we've grown and invested in our IT here in the city, is we had a half FTE that was half police department, half general city. It was difficult. How police operate on IT needs is different than how the general city relies in terms of the need for responsiveness, how quickly we get to issues that arise. So what we've proposed in this budget is essentially we had an IT position. We've put that IT position entirely into essentially the general fund for general city services, and are carving out a contract for an IT specialist that focuses solely on the needs of the police department in this proposed budget. So that's why the IT professional service increased by $200,000. So really it's to have a contract employee. It's not quite a full-time position need, but the needs of the department are unique relative to the needs of general city employees. Any questions concerning the
Is that
police?
listed on either of these pages?
On page 57, under budget highlights, you'll see, I think it's the third sentence, a $200,000 increase for IT professional service.
So to be clear, that what we have now in police IT services is going to be reallocated
Correct,
across all departments,
correct,
and then we will get a fresh dedicated IT person for police.
correct. Solely focused on police facility, their cars, body cams, the facility
Dependence on
itself.
technology is clearly understood by this.
And they're very different. It's interesting when you enter into the police connectivity to CCOM, 911, just logging into their computers in terms of the requirements for verification of identity, connectivity. They are very, very different.
Speaking of connectivity, I'm wondering about the communication between that IT position and the city's IT position.
Mm-hmm.
For whom would those individuals be reporting? To whom?
The IT director.
Even though they're in the police budget?
And that's currently how we have it set up, yes. So right now we have essentially we have 1 FTE and a half dedicated to police, a half dedicated under IT. So yes, I mean, essentially we need to, while we're maintaining these additional needs for police connectivity and security and access, there is still a component of that needs to tie into the general city IT network and strategy, if that makes sense.
I was just wondering about flow control, and that's fine, I understand it. Thank you.
Is this an appropriate time to talk about code enforcement staffing?
Absolutely.
So I have always viewed the city as a service organization. And I know we're going to sit here throughout this process and we're going to deal with needs versus wants. We're going to review critical services versus less critical. And I know our commitment to livability. And I certainly know our commitment to safety. And I know that we just talked about the addition of 1 FTE But I think, and maybe you can speak to this, Sean, I think there were some cost savings affected by a high-level retirement and a restructuring of the code enforcement. That we had monies available that formerly went to high-level supervision that may have been redistributed. Now, we don't need to go into that in detail, but that's my understanding from talking to Chief Ban back when. My interest tonight is when I do things, I look at the city, again, as a service organization, and I look at the customer satisfaction. One of the greatest levels of dissatisfaction is code enforcement. And it's dissatisfied for two reasons. There's no weekend coverage, and it's a complaint-driven process. Now, the complaint-driven process is a different matter that I don't care to deal with tonight. But the weekend coverage is important. And as such, I asked the code people what the volume of calls was on weekends. And they furnished me with some stats that over this last 4 months, the first of the year, the code enforcement complaints on weekends were 37. And the police responses to what would normally be code enforcements were 35. I would prefer that police officers deal with, and we already prioritize calls. The police department will prioritize calls. You know, personal danger, safety, they're going to go before animal problems or parking problems. But regardless, the allocation should be the right person for the right job. And the police officer should deal with police officer matters and code should deal with code. So even that, you know, and the code enforcement where there, I can break it down into type of complaints, but you don't need that. The other thing I talked to with Ryan, who heads up code, is he came from Happy Valley, and they covered the weekends, and he's even willing to split the coverage. One person take the Saturday, one Sunday. But what he found of value with his relationship with the community was the follow-up and the contact with people was almost impossible during the week, because when we went there for face-to-face, they were working. But he could go there on a weekend and discuss their complaint with them and give them a higher level of satisfaction. So I would like to see the addition of one more or some portion thereof, whatever we can agree upon, to give weekend coverage. Because it's well known right now that coverage stops at 5 o'clock during the week and there's no coverage on weekends, and that's when violations occur. So I'd ask the committee to give that some thought, and anyone present can talk to the costs associated with that. But I think it's a need versus a want. Thanks.
Yes.
So on the personnel part on page 135, the way this presents is we're losing one police officer and gaining one code compliance, but you said that the code compliance is we already have 3 as of today. Or did I misunderstand what you said, Mr. Coughlin?
You're correct. Yeah, so we added one code enforcement officer, FTE, from the previous budget we're currently in. And the reduction in the sworn officer FTE is we had a contract with Clackamas Community College, of which they paid the entirety of the officer's position. And at this time, coming out of COVID, it wasn't being funded. And so we removed it so that we could accurately reflect that. That's another one of those examples where we had a non-general fund funding source for a position that we had created to meet the need, the request of the college. Now, at the time we did this, that's where we're at. Not to say, we might not come back to the commission after we have further discussions with the college, but that was the reason for the reduction in the sworn officer count.
And the addition of 0.25 police officer.
It was really cleaning up. We have a police officer part-time who helps with background checks. It wasn't captured in the FTE count. We felt that it should be.
So I have a question about our costs, not that I'm saying it's horrible or anything, I'm just interested in the cost that CCOM is costing. So you said it's a major increase. So.
I can speak to that.
Sure.
So the way CCOM bills is they dispatch for police and fire in Clackamas County, 8 cities in unincorporated Clackamas County, minus Westland, Lake Oswego, and Milwaukee. They're on a different dispatch. So they break up the calls for service.
Why is that?
They contract with Locom through Lake Oswego.
Oh, I see.
So it's another dispatch center.
Even though they're in Clackamas County.
Yeah. So then they break up, how is everyone going to pay for this client dispatch? 65% of the calls they determine are completed, 35% are medical. So 65% is between all the police agencies, and then 35% is divvied up between the fire services that they dispatch for. And so that is our portion. They break that down into population once you become that part of that 65,000.
What's the county share of it? Because obviously they have calls.
They do. Part of the process, they pay quite a bit more than us.
They have a bigger territory, I would think.
Yes.
Who does this analysis?
Who does this analysis?
Who came up with that 65-35?
That's a member board for Clackamas County Dispatch. So that's how they've determined who pays what share of the cost of Clackamas
You know
County
how
Dispatch.
often that's reviewed?
Well, they just did the budget pretty recently, so I think they do a yearly budget or a biannual budget. So they divvy up all the calls for service based upon populations. So there was an increase, and then Clackamas County puts in a portion of whatever their costs are. I don't have that paperwork in front of me, but it's divvied up fairly.
Sure.
And every municipality and fire service has a vote in that, how the budget goes, how it's approved.
So I'm going to take a leap here, get outside of my comfort zone. So seems to be an indirect correlation between calls and the fact, and it's a whole nother topic too, but about the jail, which we understand is a revolving door. They're not keeping anybody in there unless it's like something really heinous. And, where does that fit into all what we're doing? I mean, are we paying a portion of the cost?
We don't pay a portion of the jail.
Yeah.
That's funded through the county.
So what is going on with the jail? I mean, the fact is it's decrepit and it needs refurbishing from what I understand.
Yeah, I can't speak to to their budget for the jail.
Well, no, I don't know what their budget is, but I mean, again, a concern I hear in the community, well, gee, we take someone into custody, they go get processed, and then, I mean, it's not 15 minutes, but let's just say, several hours later, they're.
So there's some new rules that came through legislation on how and when they can hold people. So there's a big process that they have to look into people's criminal history, the charge, and then to make a determination if they're going to release that person. So it's not just, they're just releasing people because they can, or there's got to be a need, and they have to follow a criteria of exactly why they can release someone. And so if someone's brought in on a petty theft, which might be a C misdemeanor, and someone's brought in on a domestic violence, that's a felony, there's a big difference. And so they're going to keep room for the C felony versus the minor misdemeanor. Yeah.
And Mayor, another point I'd make about code enforcement is I think 3 code enforcement officers for a city of 36,000 plus, knowing that most of their municipal court actions are either traffic or code enforcement, and knowing our commitment to livability, I just feel it's a proper expenditure to pursue. So I'll leave it at that.
I don't say I disagree with you, but let me add one more thing. So something that I want to bring up that probably nobody's really thought of other than what I've just with the manager is that our goal number 4 has 2 staff people, and they're doing a lion's share of work. The behavioral specialist, in my opinion, needs at least a half-time caseworker to help process people who might need help. That person's position is doing the mental health counseling, the mental health, keeping people off the ledge, so to speak, and then having to do case management as well. And from what I know about case management, that is something that is probably desperately needed. And I'm not saying we need a full-time one, but I'm saying at least consider the idea of a half-time case management person to help manage the workload of the people that they are dealing with. And obviously, you know, in Oregon City, we have probably more than our fair share of those types of issues and where they, you know, where they need to be housed or placed or whatever they can do. So I'm just throwing that out there along with your idea for code compliance.
I agree with that, in that people forget that those very officers that are doing that enforcement or that action you're talking about, they're gonna spend a day, a week in court, maybe one or more of them, and then they're gonna spend time writing reports. So they can't be on the street and doing those two functions also. You know, the mental health piece, we know, I think we can safely say who most of that clientele is. And there's things that I struggle with over, I think should be a regional problem with a regional solution, that Oregon City seems to be bearing the brunt of that increasingly. And I'll speak to those issues as they come up, but I understand what you're trying to.
Yeah, the issue too is that I brought this up at the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium, at least the cities that attend, that a lot of Clackamas County cities attend, and basically making that point to them that it's time for them to stop sitting on the sidelines and they need to step up, because we're not going to do this job for everybody else. We need to take care of our own, and I think that's been the message for years. So, as you know, at our last joint meeting with the city of West Lynn, I was one of the two topics on the agenda besides Tolbert, and I brought that up and I said, next time we meet, we'd like to know what it is you are doing with regard to this. And I've also brought up the same thing with the mayor of Lake Oswego. I brought this up to the mayor of Canby. I brought this up to the mayor of Molalla. Now, there is a shelter in Estacada. I've not seen Mayor Drinkwater for quite a while, but I know they're doing something. I brought this up with Mayor Beatty as well in Milwaukee.
I just don't want to be the default solution.
Well, that's exactly what I told them. I said, we are not the default for your issues. So, yes.
On Commissioner O'Donnell's point, I support adding code enforcement. What would that look like? I realize it wouldn't be, or I wouldn't say 24/7 on weekends, but are we looking at one FTE, a half, or what does that look like to try to have a staff on some portion of the weekend?
I think with 4 code officers, there's a way to work, and like Commissioner said, is split it up, but maybe work, kind of like what Happy Valley does, Wednesday through Saturday, 1 officer or 2 would work that, and then Sunday through Tuesday would work the other one. So, I mean, so there's a possibility of having it actually be Sunday through Wednesday. So that's a possibility. There's many different schedules we can play with to see what's going to be the best coverage, but also, you know.
But basically one FTE.
So to cover 2 weekend days.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Awesome, thank you. Question obviously for Sean. On page 53, it states that you guys have 43 police officers, police operations. And then referring to page 131, where it says personnel trends. Can you kind of talk about the response times with the city growing, staffing levels or minimums? You kind of talk about that to the board and the commission. And I'm just more curious why we're kind of flatlined. Is that adequate staffing? Are you wanting more so people can take vacations, et cetera?
Yeah, I think we always can use more. Currently we're FTEs is to have our patrol officers. They work 3 different shifts, a day shift, a swing shift, and a graveyard. They overlap. There's 24 patrol officers and 6 sergeants that are on patrol, not to mention special assignments of traffic, school resource officers, detectives. That's just the patrol officers that respond to calls. So response time, it could depend whether we are busy that day or not. If we have a critical incident, we could be tied up. There are many times where there's a critical incident, that you of the gun or any type of critical incident on an overlap, we'd be using both shifts. Our minimum staffing is 4 at one time, so 3 patrol officers and a supervisor. During our overlaps, we let that down at 7, but when that overlap ends, that next shift has to have 4. So sometimes we have quite a few officers out there, but then sometimes we don't. So the trend nationally is quite a bit higher than what we see on the West Coast, and the officers per 1,000 are over 2. There's been some different studies looked at. Currently, we're at like 1.25 officers per thousand, maybe slightly less. And that's fairly normal for around Clackamas County. It's just a staffing shortage in the police force and a lot of professions around here. So we're working diligently to get back up there. But when we're down people like we currently are, we spend a lot of time training new officers. And so we're making do, but as the city grows, I think everyone needs to realize that for our levels of service to continue, that we're gonna have to figure out some creative ways to staff the police department to increase
We
numbers.
got Mr. Mitchell and then Mr. Gifford, so tell us what the vacancies, we have vacancies. So, I mean, we have positions that are funded, but they're not filled because we don't have.
We currently are down only, we have one officer starting on June 5th, and then we're currently down one position. We've worked really hard these last.
So we had 7 one time when I was chatting.
Yeah, we've worked very hard to get some very exceptional officers. They're going through training. I think we currently will have 7 officers in training. 2 are about to get out of training and on their own right around July-ish, middle of July. So that'll help.
So we basically tried to close that gap.
Yes, and then we're trying to, as funding allows, if there's any vacancies, and talking with Tony, if there's a possibility to overhire for some positions, because to get an officer trained, it's about 17 weeks of field training with a coach, and there's 16 weeks of the police academy that they have to go to. So you're looking at over 6 months of just training before someone's on their own. So it takes a lot of
2 people off the road, basically.
Yeah,
So, all right, 1 and then 2.
So you said a full FTE to do weekend coverage for code enforcement, which I'm having a hard time with because that's 2 days.
Correct. There's different ways. The majority of our calls come in during the week. If, like Commissioner O'Donnell said, currently, without having staffing, we get approximately 4 calls per weekend between police and code. That would be about 4.2 since January. So there isn't a lot of calls for service. However, there's an opportunity for them to be creative and be out there being proactive, like Commissioner wants. So having an additional would be able to split, so we have multiple coverage. It would also give them an opportunity if someone takes vacation, that there's a good chance that there's also someone else that would be able to fill in that position. So we could split it up of, 4 10s, 5 8s. There's a bunch of different things. Some of that will be contractually.
Okay. So a full FTE would get you more than just a weekend person. Correct. It would get you additional coverage during the week.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
As you can imagine, people are not calling on the weekend because they know that there's.
Yeah, we anticipate the calls would increase, but we have events, we'd be able to staff that too. So an additional person would give us better coverage to have more opportunity on the weekends, correct?
Okay. Better coverage on court day, when your people are in test driving.
And more of an opportunity to be proactive.
Correct. That's our goal.
This is a procedural concern, that is that with the discussion regarding code enforcement, regarding case management, things like that, I would have preferred that those requests would have come from the police department rather than from the commissioners, and that they would have had time to have prepared a detailed proposal and request, not trying to hash something together on the fly and say, well, we could do this or we could do that, based on a couple of comments as opposed to a well-studied request from the department that is responsible for meeting it.
In the best of all possible worlds, that sounds really fantastic, but in reality, as maybe all doesn't already work that way. So, but thank you for the suggestion.
I wanted to address that because the reason the citizen members are on this commission is because it's one of the few times where outside parties are really in the mix talking to staff and elected officials. And I'm not a representative of the body of citizenry here, but I think it's to add voices, and so that's what I'm doing in supporting, I think, an additional code enforcement officer. I would add a police officer too. Can't have everything that I want, but that's why I'm here, is to bring the voice of people who might want that. It shouldn't always come from staff or even elect us. And that's kind of why we're here. Otherwise, I'd be in my backyard having a beer right now.
Much better.
Can you detail some of the special programs for us?
Special programs. Specifically,
I just want to know more about what's involved in those.
Are you talking into that mic?
Yes.
Because your voice, your head is turned that way and the mic is, so just move it over where you are so that you can get there. If they are recording, they're recording today, they're amplifying today.
Page 57, under Office Administration, Special Programs.
let me pull that up real quick.
Party.
Yeah, so there's, looking at breaking that up, we have emergency supplies. A lot of that is done for if we have emergency operations in the EOC. We have crime prevention. We use that in different programs. Some neighborhoods have some crime prevention programs. And then we do use the homeless program. That was a big one that we used before. A lot of that was, I think, camp cleanups.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, on that same chart, what is the bottom line, or next to the bottom line, what is the $440,000 transfers out?
Is that going into our, yeah, so that is for vehicles and emergency equipment, so that's where our line item goes to for our fleet, for vehicles for the next biennium.
Okay.
So each
that
year is
transfers over-
220,000.
that transfers over to the fleet.
Correct,
Okay.
and then,
All right.
yeah.
Got it, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a final statement. This thing about code enforcement and police coverage, it's near and dear to my heart, because as a young man, I did police work, I was an officer. And here's what I know, in this city recently, petty crime is up more than 40%. And that's because of our change, because of people who have come here. I know that Portland is putting a push on to move their people, their homeless outward, and outward means Oregon City. And I know from speaking to the police chief that the type of people our officers are running into are more combative than they have been historically. I also know this, in today's world, a single officer is in jeopardy. One of the most dangerous calls, maybe the most dangerous, is a family fight. And you don't want to go to that alone. And I remember, there's 2 people involved minimum, and you want cover. And I don't want to hear an officer having to go it alone because another officer is taking a barking dog call. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's just an item in the paper about a Beaverton police officer that got in a struggle with somebody and had that, yeah, I just saw that in the paper today, it freaked me out. This case.
So if the commission was to say, yes, we want to do that, is this the time we would do that, or are we waiting until?
And the manager's taking all the notes, and we are going to go through all the things and then come back to it. That was what was recommended. So we've got
A running list of
He's running the list.
the additional requests outside of the proposed budget. I think maybe if we get them all, and then we can maybe go through them, might be easier.
Do we want to clarify if we need to ask for the record?
I'm sorry.
Do we want to clarify and ask tonight for the record? Just for notes? 1 FTE, 1.
Yes, okay, yeah, I move that we ask for an additional FTE for code enforcement.
Do we really need to do any motions or anything like that, or just basically we've got this and then we'll come back for consideration and then vote on it?
Yeah, I just think a list.
Yeah, I think a list is okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Captain Davis, is there anything else you would like to say or inform us of? And other than you guys are doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
And I'm delighted to hear that we only have 1 vacancy, because I just told somebody over the weekend that our police department was still down 7.
Yeah.
And we were trying to
We've been
fill.
we've been working.
You've been aggressive,
tirelessly
yes,
to
you've been aggressive,
Get us
yes.
up to where we need to be. Granted, it's gonna take some time because they have a lot of training to do, but we'll get there.
Yeah, well, that's very good. Now I can go back to that, because it was not a constituent from Oregon City. It was one of my friends from West Lynn. We were making some comparisons about recruitment, and I said, well, you know, you guys have this many vacancies, we've got this many, and I said, you know, we're gonna snatch anybody from wherever we can.
We have snatched some people from, it's very competitive, so if they're a really good candidate, you're basically arm wrestling other agencies over, and we've done that for a couple agencies where that's what we have to offer when we bring them in for interviews and stuff and show them around, that they want to come to Oregon City. So we're very honored for that. And on the next, June 7th, there's going to be quite a few officers being sworn in.
Good.
Yes.
Well, I can tell you, I got really beat up by my colleagues in Happy Valley about stealing Ryan, and I said, sorry.
That's what they try to do.
That's the way the ball bounces.
We want the best employees.
Okay. Mr. Conkle, where are we going next? Community development?
Yes, please. Let's go page 85 would probably be the best spot.
81, 85.
So community development department is made up of the planning department and the building department. We're going to start with the planning department. The community development is responsible for working with the community to guide growth and development within the city limits. The department performs long-range planning projects and community outreach, interprets and applies municipal code standards and appropriate comprehensive plan policies to proposed development projects, interprets and applies construction codes and standards to approved projects, and implements the city's development policies and programs. They also staff planning commission, historic review board, natural resource committee, so there are multiple of our advisory committees that the planning department staff are involved with. The proposed budget includes funding to address the city commission goal 6, including $150,000 for preparation of a plan to identify and implement housing strategies, to provide additional housing opportunities in the city, which is a transfer from the general fund. One of the goals that the commission identified was a tree survey. We estimated about $90,000. We've not been able, we did not fund that as part of this budget. I'm trying to put this together. So that is a discussion topic in terms of prioritization of that project. So I'll go ahead and stop there and ask if there are any questions concerning the planning department. The added administrative assistant was added in the existing biennium. It's split between the planning department and the building department. Currently, they had, prior to that addition, there were 0 administrative assistants in the community development department. So this budget does reflect that position that we currently added in this 2-year biennium.
It's very needed, I tell you that. Questions about community development?
The housing strategy, the why we put that aside, the mayor can probably talk to this a little bit. I'm sure the commissioners are aware there's significant legislative changes coming up that are imposing unfunded mandates on local jurisdictions related to updating, tracking, implementing housing changes. And we put these funds in there because we believe that there are going to be requirements of local jurisdictions related to changing the code, how we track housing, how we process land use applications that are going to require code changes, and probably quite a bit of tracking, data analysis of existing conditions to set a baseline to track against. So this money was set aside so that we can bring in additional consultant help based on what we believe is going to be legislation that comes down with these unfunded mandates at the local level.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the capital outlay? What's that? Take that there. The market funds.
Would that be bringing that meeting room up to where it's usable?
That was one of the requests we had.
So the planning.
The neighborhood associations, I might add.
The planning and building department is located on the same property as the public safety facility, but they have their own building now. It used to be part of the school at Mount Pleasant, and we had a space, we have imagine it's like a rectangle with 4 sections in it. 3 of them are being utilized for staff, customer service, and meeting rooms, and we had a section, a quarter roughly, that was really just kind of open space. So there was a request to upgrade that facility for community open space. So what that entailed was not only fixing that room, but how do we adequately secure the public lobby component of that building.
Thank you.
So that's in addition to the ARPA allocation for that?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So essentially hardening so that we can allow public use after hours without having staff there, so we can secure the lobby here. Any questions on planning?
How's the morality available?
Yeah, the work is getting started this week, and the work in the room is actually pretty minimal. So I don't know how long, but it's mostly remodeling, right? So it's, let's say sometime in the next quarter, it should be available. But that's different than some of the exterior improvements that need to be made. Those might take a little bit longer.
Get permits for them.
We'll make sure they get permits.
Yeah. They're not getting waived, yeah. So the building used to be the former Education Service District offices, and was on the same campus as Mount Pleasant Elementary School. And they have vacated that and moved elsewhere, and we snapped it up as part of the other deal. But, I appreciate the fact that we are increasing our FTE, because I really think.
Which one? Building?
Well, the administrative assistant, I think that, I know we have it now, but I think it's important. It's sort of the same thing that we've got going on with the library, that there are certain administrative tasks that we should have a staff person doing that, and not the directors or the managers of the department. Obviously, I have a soft spot in my heart for the community development department, particularly the planning department, and there's never enough people in that department. And I am, as you stated, Mr. Conkle, I am very aware of the burdensome requirements that are floating around in our capital right now that will add significant work to our city. That number one, we didn't ask for, and number two, that we don't need, in my opinion, because we're already doing what we're supposed to be doing, but there seems to be some lack of trust in certain parts of our government about the ability of cities to do what they need to do to meet their community needs, whereas there are people who think that we're not doing it. And I just saw something in the paper recently about the city of Troutdale, and I said, well, you know, Troutdale's not towing the line, then you need to talk to Troutdale, don't paint everybody else with the same brush. So I feel, you know, if there was a way to wave the wand, that we would add staffing to this department, because it's, the work just, we get done with one thing barely, and then there's more, and then there's more, and there's more. And we don't know exactly what it is, so it's very hard for us as a jurisdiction to anticipate what that workload is going to be with what is going on in Salem. So I think what's being proposed is reasonable, and, you know, if we had more money, I would definitely suggest adding to that department.
Could you, I'm sorry, before we move on, could you detail the repair and maintenance services a little bit for us? Page 85, second item under materials and services.
That includes utilities, natural gas, electric, water, sewer, janitorial services, computer software support. I will say across the board, as I'm sure every resident, I mean, the increase in utilities is significant when you're operating these facilities.
I understand we have an increase being proposed before the Public Utility Commission from our electrical provider.
I think it's 9 and 15 over 2 years, 24%.
Yeah. All right, 87?
Yes, please. Building is on page 87. So the building division, while housed in the community development department, operates under dedicated funding that requires revenues generated by permits to be utilized for building division expenses only. The building division anticipates sustaining increased permitting activities moving forward. We did propose to increase one plans examiner to help support the increased workload. Once again, so a dedicated funding source, all the building permit fees that are dictated, this is one of those where we're implementing the state building code at the local level, and those fees, a lot of this is generated at the state level as the fees are collected, and then there is a requirement that we treat it just like a dedicated fund, kind of like a system development charge or utility fee that comes in. So essentially, you can't take fees generated in the building department and use them for code enforcement or police or parks.
Tony, when did we start doing our own electrical?
Oh, gosh, I think I was in community development, so probably 8 or 9 years ago. Off the top of my head, it's been a while.
We were contracting with the county.
We still utilize the county, especially on some of the larger commercial projects, just because of the expertise associated and the requirements needed for that.
Correct. And then we now do our own mechanical as well.
Correct, yeah.
So we're full service back.
Right, we contract with the county for commercial, electrical, and plumbing.
If it's on a commercial level.
Correct.
But not for residential.
You're correct, yeah.
I'm just curious, how many personnel do in-process site inspections when something is being built?
We have 3 inspectors.
3?
Yeah, well, 3 who focus on inspection, but our plans examiners are all certified to do inspections as well.
Okay, good.
Question, so on there, it says that the goal is to sustain increased permitting activities based on the previous biennium, but then looking at the previous biennium, like the 23 and 24 projections of the permits is going down. It does state here that 22 was a result of increasing the popularity of solar installations. Are we taking that anticipation of continuing the increase of popularity out? Or is there a specific reasoning for the decrease of an estimated permits?
So the solar permits were, they represent that uptick that you see
Well, there's a few that are going down, some are going up, but yeah, the other residential is going to be the large one that's going down, and other non-residential is going down significantly between 22 to 23.
So in the other residential column, we just we're not seeing as many requests for those solar permits, and so that 222 is an anomaly, so we're kind of bringing that back down. And then when you're looking at the other non-residential, I think, again, we're just kind of being a little more conservative with what we think we're gonna see.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned that it says sustaining the increased permitting activities. And when you're looking at it, it's not sustaining increased permitting activities.
But it's substantially higher than, 18, 19, 20.
It says with the last biennium.
So
that would be the 2021.
Right.
And so looking at that, it is increased for 23 compared to 20, but then if you look at 22, 21, when we're looking in that area, we're actually less than what 2021 was for 23, and same with 24 as well. And so I just am, I'm just looking at it like, how can we continue to increase? If solar was popular at one point, how can you continue to increase? Because obviously that was a big driver on, it's the 3rd highest on your permits that you were issued, or 2nd. I don't know exactly where it was booked to, because it doesn't say which one it falls under. I'm guessing other residential.
Correct.
And so, if that's a big driver for it, and that's a big permit kind of increase on your funding, how do you continue that, especially with sustainability goals, guys, right? ESG.
Yeah, I think there were probably state incentives for the solar permits.
There still is, yeah, with Energy Trust Board and everything, there are still a lot of incentives there for it. So I would assume that would be part of it as well. It's kind of not, maybe down, but not quite as far down as previous. It's 70 for the other residential.
Just year over year for that, a decrease in 70 units.
The screen says increase of 1 FTE. Under budget highlights, it says there are no anticipated FTE additions in this biennium.
That'd be my error, that I missed in the narrative.
Okay, so it is an increase of 1 FTE, correct?
So I think maybe Aquila or Tony, so we just talked about, we completed our OC 2040, and there are implementation strategies and things in that document that, you know, let me just take the state stuff and put it over here in its own sack. So do you anticipate that there's going to be any increase in workload with trying to, as we move through the plan and go through some of the implementation measures, that it's going to add any additional burden on the city staff in terms of, you know, we've got all the goals and we've got the strategies and how we're taking each one of those and looking and say, okay, we've got this going, now we're going to do this. I just happened to flip through it again last night, so I was looking at it.
I think the main goal that really applies to community development is the housing piece. And so with the funding that we're looking at in the planning section, I think that will help buoy that, trying to accomplish goals around housing.
Okay, well, I just hope that the work we're going to do on that isn't going to negate all the other things, and that, you know, we you know, because the housing section in the comp plan is a small portion. We've got all the other things that we talked about that pertain to livability, that pertain to, you know, the way the community is going to be looking at new development, the way we're looking at existing development, you know, rehabilitation, all, you know, everything kind of across the board. And I know that, you know, the governor's probably going to strike me with lightning, but I don't want housing to be the sole driver of our comp plan. We've got all the other goals that we need to deal with as well, in conjunction with that particular one as well.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
so.
I think the difficult part is that much, at least historically, the legislation that's has come down with a must do by a certain date. And so it does become the priority in order to stay in compliance with state law. You know, when we have 3 planners and a manager, you know,
It's gonna be tough.
it is very difficult, and there is a prioritization of projects that we can get to, and these aren't small.
I know, we'll move some of that conversation to the commission only for policy, because, you know, there are some, there's some things I want to suggest that we might be able to do. It may not involve following all the rules. Not saying. All right. Onward, number 2.
All right, so next, please, to page 47 for economic development.
47.
So I know there's quite a bit of interest in economic development, so let me just start on this first slide. So remember, with economic development, essentially we have really 2 funding sources: transient room tax, which has been dedicated to tourism, that is considered like a dedicated fund utilized for tourism, programming, event support. And then we have the larger city economic development programs that are occurring, which is general fund and other state funding that comes into that. So this is really the high level. I'm going to get into the details over the next slides. Community grants, so MEG, Metro Enhancement Grant Program, $900,000. The tourism program, so this is the transient room tax funded program, so this is the dedicated funding at $280,000. The economic development program, so that's the general fund, $450,000, and then the city sponsored public events was $100,000, so we just broke that out because that was a specific request of the commission in the current biennium, so we carried that over into this proposal that you have before you. So getting into a little more detail on this. So on the left, we have the tourism programs. So on the previous slide, tourism program, dedicated funding, the $280,000. So under that tourism program are the specifics. So a marketing strategy, utilizing various advertising tools to promote tourism industry in Oregon City. This includes TV broadcasting, website enhancement, updates, and printed ads. Marketing of production of marketing collateral, $45,000 for the development and printing of a new Oregon City's visitor guide and Oregon City visitors pamphlets. Social media at $20,000 for the development and distribution of targeted region-wide email campaigns, Facebook ads, the purchase of marketing software subscriptions such as Google Ads and other media software. Professional digital services, $15,000, the hiring of videographers and photographers to take footage of events for ads and other functions. Programs, so this is broken out into the Community Showcase and the Arts Commission. So Community Showcase for $20,000 includes this program. It's designed to equate residents and visitors with historic sites, restaurants, and retail shopping experience. The Arts Commission, funds set aside for use by the Oregon City Arts Commission to support arts in the community. And then special projects, set aside funding to support tourism-related partnerships forged between historic sites, river-based businesses, and other tourism-related groups. Currently, the transient room tax is generated from, for example, River Shore Hotel. So we currently bring in approximately $250,000 a year. We also, when the ARPA funding originally came out, there were 4 specific budgets, and one of those was tax revenue replacement. So as part of ARPA, originally, when it was very clear what one of those 4 buckets was reimbursement. So we reimbursed the tourism fund $100,000 out of ARPA that we demonstrated was lost revenue because of COVID. So that was added in. So what we're estimating is that at the end of the biennium of the proposed budget, the tourism fund, those dedicated funds would be approximately just under $920,000 available. And one of the commission discussions goals was for the staff to work on investigating the creation of something similar to what is called a destination marketing organization, or a DMO. So essentially another party that would help focus truly on tourism in the city. And so, that was part of the original tourism strategy, was that once we were able to build up our tourism industry, our tourism funding, to investigate that option of creating this nonprofit that could operate on behalf of the tourism industry, or whatever that ends up being. But I just point that out because, when you think about trying to operate an organization independently, $250,000 generated from the one hotel isn't a lot of money, depending on what they're going to be charged to do. But we have been setting aside in a dedicated fund funds that have not been expended, that have been generated through the TRT tax due to COVID inactivity since we've had that tax in place. So I'll stop there to talk, if everyone's okay, maybe we can talk about tourism first.
Sure. Questions?
I noticed the Arts Commission is on there. That would theoretically be, we would add funding if we were approved the Sanders request.
Correct. So how TRT funding can be utilized, while it's a dedicated fund. So this is another one where, I can't take TRT funding to, do long-range planning. But I think that there's a strong relationship between art and tourism, and that's the finding we've made in justifying utilizing TRT money related to the Arts Commission.
So when you talk about destination marketing organization and all those tasks, are you talking about that organization taking over those tasks in their entirety? Or just as?
I think that's part of the discussion. I think that we've looked at multiple jurisdictions that have destination marketing on it, and they're very unique to the locality in terms of what they do and how they do it, and how they're actually created as well. So I think we didn't want to get too far ahead of the conversation of what will they be charged with the revenues that they're gonna have available to them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So that's the tourism component of economic development.
Right. And we're imagining, I think creating the DMO and creating it correctly is gonna take some time. It's gonna take a lot of effort, a lot of meetings, and then once you get agreement, there's gonna need to be agreements between the city. In my mind, I'm assuming we're gonna be using TRT money as a pass-through to this organization. Maybe that's not what happens, but to me, that seems to be the model of how this works. So I think my impression was we still wanted to continue to support tourism while we were setting this DMO up. And I just think it's gonna take a little bit of time, like 12 to 18 months to get that going. So I felt like we still had to fund operations while we're having those conversations.
See, when I look at it, I think tourism is a subset of economic development. So when I look on the other side of the equation here, it's like, at what point does an advertising expense go to economic development versus it's dedicated to tourism?
And so so why we split it this way is the left side is the dedicated funding, the right side is the general fund. So when we talk about advertising, we're talking more city-wide, not just specifically related to the tourism and events that we're doing. So that was kind of how we broke it up in our budget and our amounts. Really, the left side money is restricted, the right side money is fungible.
I get that, it's just that the two blend together and when you're advertising for economic development, are you just advertising to attract businesses here? Or are you advertising attractions that you have that may be of a tourist nature? So those funds probably move in that direction. I don't look for them to move the other way, but I look for funds on the right side of the thing to move into the left. So that budget may be, the tourism expenditures may far exceed 280. And some of those things are specific, like childcare, I get that.
Right, and maybe you want me to work, because I don't disagree that there's potential that there's some overlap going right to left.
Yeah.
We really want to be careful how we spend the left side of money, right? We don't want to we don't want to say, oh, you spent this TRT money on advertising an industrial site for sale in Beaver Creek.
Yeah, I get it.
I just have, in relation to tourism and economic development, has thought been put into how youth sports play into economic development for tourism? Considering that I've got studies here, and it's more, my conversation is more so one about the economic development, because I knew we'd be talking about that, and also with the Parks Department. But when travel youth sports and tournament youth sports, over 91% come from out of the immediate area. That's a huge economic and tourism incentive for that. That would go directly to the TRT. They'd be doing the hotels, the resort, all that.
Yeah, none of these things exist in a silo. I mean, if you think about it, I coached a traveling team.
Yeah, you went all over the place.
I was all over.
And they spend money. They spend over, when they come into town, they usually bring about 2.4 persons with that one athlete will come in as well. And they spend over $958 on average per athlete, per tournament, or whatever youth sport is going on.
Yeah, because usually they're 2 to 3 day events.
Yeah.
3 day.
And as an example as well with that, Tiger installed turf fields over at Cook Park using TRT funds for that. And they were able to get all of their turf fields completed over at Cook Park.
And which jurisdiction is that?
That is Tiger, Washington County.
Yeah, I know where it is. I'm just thinking that a lot of those other
Is that
cities.
THPR, you know?
Yeah, no, I think it's City of Tiger.
Okay.
I've had it run there before, City of Tiger, not THPR.
But they also, a lot of those jurisdictions, as we stated before, have
have special resources and other things that are not general fund. We have.
But as an example, as we're looking and having conversations regarding tourism, regarding increasing tourism, increasing economic development, keeping in mind that a big economic increase can be directly related to youth sports and young athletes coming to the area if we invest in it.
Well, and again, your ability to attract businesses has to
And
do
the
with your
businesses,
livability.
they're
and the
spending
quality
money
of
in
your
the-
parks and the programs that you offer. So that's why these things are so interlinked.
Yeah, they become very, interlinked, because then when the tourism comes, then they're not only, maybe they're coming to see the end of the trail museum or something, right? Or they're coming for a special event. Well, now they're also gonna go, they saw Main Street, well, they saw Corner 14, they saw, you know, the shops that are down there. They want to go and take the elevator up, and now they found the Woodward Parks Fair Trade Store. Like, there's all these little areas around the businesses, not just one location, one specific thing. So yeah, it is really intertwined.
And that's why we on commission have emphasized the total package. Your breadth of offerings has to encompass everything, whether it's outdoor sports, dining, historical attractions.
Everything, yeah.
Right. So that, $250,000 is about what we're getting for transient room tax per year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you said, since what we're spending is basically 1 year with a little bit more on that.
Over
So
the
the
biennial.
other has been what you've said we've set aside.
Correct, in a
As
dedicated
part of the
fund.
900,000 that's sitting there for the next stage of.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I was hearing that right.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, this is the biennial number.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so that 40,000 is now gonna go up to 160,000 for the Arts Commission, is what we talked about, or potentially the ask for that was, correct? The ask, I believe, was 160, 80,000 annually, so that's gonna be
It's gonna be 120.
400% increase. 120, I thought it said 80,000.
Well,
120 increase.
120 increase. So 300% increase.
I got lost. Are they single year or are they?
This is a biennial total, so we're spending over the biennium, over the 2 years, we're proposing 280,000. We are bringing in approximately 250,000 a year in TRT, so 500 over the biennium.
So we have an excess of transient room tax to the tune of about $220,000.
Right.
Where does that go?
Into a dedicated fund, so that was the fund that we've been setting aside for unspent TRT money, so it's a dedicated funded fund source.
What is the current value of that?
We estimate that at the end of this biennium, if it's approved as it is, it would be approximately over 900,000.
That's to get ready for our river program. We started holding that plan.
Well, ever since TRT money has been collected, it's been tracked because it can only be spent in tourism dollars. So whenever that began, the excess unspent revenue was being included, being rolled over. It wasn't being reabsorbed into the general fund. It was earmarked and
No, but
tracked.
typically yearly we spend it. So at one point, not too long ago, we stopped and we started keeping it. Meaning, when did we?
Start accumulating money.
Right.
I'd have to look at it.
You'd have to go back.
Yeah.
See,
and is what?
That's what investment counselors call lazy money. Money that you just keep accumulating, but not seeking a return on it, not investing it, not doing something
Well,
with it.
because I want to know
appreciate
if
value.
I partly want to know if that matches up, right? I want to know, because we're basically spending a fourth of the TRT money a year. Or a fourth of it, wait. So 280 is, we're getting $250,000 about a year.
So 500,
And so,
we're spending
but
280.
we're only spending 280 for 4 years. Two
years.
years. Okay.
So it's 500 versus 280.
Okay. So I just want to know that the money we've been setting aside adds up to how many years we've been setting aside. And that have we been taking staffing out of that?
So we had Daniel's position, which was focused 100%.
So at least part of that was staffing until then.
Correct. So that is not, that one full FTE was removed, but we did allocate 0.25 FTE of Ann's position to tourism. Someone's got to do this work. So essentially, it's a 0.75 reduction in where all the TRT money is spent on employees.
Why are we not allocating that position? Why are we not putting that position back in there?
Because there was a discussion about moving towards a DMO, and we were directed not to hire that position back.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into it, but the way we spent TRT money in the past was not the way we're doing it now. And so the more and more, the more we morph it into something else. It used to be very specific that money was for the grants and for events that brought people in, specifically overnight stays. Now, and we would never have in the past used it for staffing. We would have never in the past used it for some of the things on this list. I'm not opposed to the kind of spending, but as we go, the staff changes and people and commissions change, that money has morphed for a different use. I want to be careful of that, and especially the money that we're holding aside, that we're really using that for what we say we're using it for, because we've had a lot of events and a lot of organizations and people that were working on tourism for years getting that money, and they haven't been getting it. So I think, there are people that have been very, careful about kind of watching that money. So if that's setting aside there for this next, chapter, I'm okay with that, but I don't want us to get to a point where it's starting to be used for things that maybe it shouldn't have been, or unless we have a discussion about going a different direction.
Right, I think
It's morphed over the years of what we've used that money for, and I don't want, and I'm probably one of the only people sitting here that kind of knows that, but.
I think not that this is, but Adam, you might.
I was involved in OCC, right.
Adam, you might be able to answer this a little bit. I know that when TRT was originally created by the legislature, it was very restrictive.
Right.
And it has,
I get that.
It has expanded
A little bit. We've just never had a broad conversation about that, but.
I will say for this record keeping, we were administering Oregon City Civic Improvement Trust grants. We did use some of the money for staffing because that's considerable.
Yeah, there was a piece for.
Yeah, for staff, because it was
For running the
processing.
grant process.
Yeah, the grant process and administering it and getting the money out the door and doing all the administrative paperwork. So there was a little bit of that coming out of that. Yes.
On the right side.
You want to walk through it real quick, like I did the left side? Or
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to jump to the right.
You may answer my question.
Okay, I'm going to jump to the right side. First one, advertising at 50,000. These funds will be used to promote and market all programs under economic development. There'll be a greater focus on promoting available real estate for sale, both through digital and social media. Website development and maintenance involves website enhancements and upgrades, including available properties for sale, community demographics, economic-related statistics, and program updates. Downtown Oregon City Association, so the continuation of the memorandum of understanding with Downtown Oregon City. So that's a $60,000 per year in the existing agreement, MOU with DOCA. Mentorship, technical assistance for educational services, and one-on-one mentorship for business startups. Number 5 is the loans and grants. So this is actually community development block grant funding. So to me, that's out of that 450, it's really 350. That's a funding from the CBDG grant. That's more of a pass-through. The workforce development partnerships, the lack of available and affordable healthcare continues to be an obstacle for many individuals desiring to go to work. It remains an economic development issue. We continue to work with our child care providers and employers in partnership to help reduce the negative impacts of a lack of child care. The economic development incentives are a business-friendly initiative designed to reduce the cost of doing business for existing small businesses relocating to Oregon City. And then under the consulting services, the Ombudsman Initiative, an initiative to provide education and troubleshooting services to investors seeking to develop commercial real estate, as well as help existing small businesses overcome commercial real estate development challenges. And then under procurement, a small group initiative designed to engage more small businesses with city government procurement activities. So really, how do we involve small businesses with the contracts that we're letting as an organization ourselves?
Do we have an ombudsman now?
I was curious who fulfills that function and how is it being done, or how will it be done? Is that a position, or is it going to be done by our economic development person, or who shall do that?
I will be doing it as well as Ann.
Yeah, yes. So reaching out to businesses, what are the more difficult parts of developing in Oregon City, getting through the permitting, having those discussions to try to identify, are there areas we can improve our internal process of how we process applications to help make the process a little easier?
When I hear ombudsman, I think of problems, and it's not just for businesses, it's for residents as well that are having difficulty figuring what their relationship with the city is over what it is.
This is primarily focused on the business economic development component.
Maybe we should just call it a business ombudsman or economic development ombudsman. I forget, I apologize, Mr. Graham, you and I had chatted briefly about the procurement program that we'd like to try to get in Oregon City, but then I'm also interested in our, it's what I would call it is assisting businesses. I'm not sure what title is under this, and so you can tell me that. Assisting businesses, so we have business Y that says, hey, I've got, this much square feet, I need to relocate, where can you help me find a place in Oregon City? I would stay in Oregon City and I want this, like we did with Party Place.
Are you talking about procurement?
No, I'm asking you, is that under that, or where is,
I see.
what are we calling that?
Oh, no, that's not under procurement.
I wouldn't think so.
No, that's not, that's actually ombudsman activity to help someone find ombudsman is a very broad definition, but it is true that it is a troubleshooting communication and education process for business, making our community more business friendly.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about is sort of business retention.
Well, business retention is also part of ombudsman. That's true.
Good. Go ahead.
Who's that?
You got it. You got your hand up first. You beat me on my finger.
What would we spend the $40,000 in Elizabeth's childcare on?
Oh, childcare?
Yeah.
Oh, a number of things, quite frankly. We were actually in discussions right now with a number of businesses as well as nonprofits to identify activity and programs that could help those businesses identify how to be involved with childcare businesses, other businesses. In other words, we have actually looked at a program whereby we would provide a loan to small childcare organizations or agencies, and so that they could use, because they're having some cash flow problems, and they're having all kinds of issues in providing the services. The childcare model is not a good model, and it's a very interesting situation. I'm surprised that we've gotten this far with the model that we're using, because the people are not paid well.
Would we be using some of the funds to help get those, I mean, I don't want to have somebody take care of my child for $15 an hour, that's a big responsibility. But could you speak to, trying to answer your question, we did help a child care provider expand here in Oregon City. Could you just speak about that just for a minute?
Sure. Actually, a new program, a new child care facility came to Oregon City, and we were able to help them identify a place and also help them with some some code issues and those kinds of things, so that they offer childcare. But that's a win, that's a new business.
That's a great investment. That's a great investment.
Yeah. So I guess I'm confused then on ombudsman initiative being listed as a separate item. If you and Ann are doing work, your salaries are up on the top line. Why is there a cost to that initiative if we're doing the work in-house?
That cost represents educational materials, because there are a lot of small businesses that have never done work or business with the government, with the city government. So therefore, we will be printing materials to help them educate them on the processes that we use to do business. We'll also be working with some of our partners in identifying opportunities that we can provide to small business to do business with the government. But a lot of this is on the education, and a lot of collateral material will be printed. And then, of course, there'll be some training that we'll have, where we may have a consultant come in and train, and provide some training opportunities. Right now, actually, we are in partnership with Community Development, Department of Community Development, put out an RFP so that we can, where the consultant would go out and talk to the people we do business with, developers, the real estate people, architects, and get feedback from them as to certain challenges in working with the city. So we're actually doing that now. So it's a continuation of that process.
Do you have any metrics on your efficacy or how many businesses you've kind of shepherded through the initiative?
Which one? Ombudsman. Yes, we actually, I can tell you right now, we've got 8.
For the year or for the biennium?
For this year.
And then how does BizPod fit into this?
BizPod is an entrepreneurship program. So that's mentorship and technical assistance.
So again, with business retention, what do we have to offer a business? Let's say they need TIs, tenant improvements.
That was my question.
Do we have any funding that we can say, hey, we'd like you to in Oregon City and we can help you with, 30% of your TI costs to get you into get you into.
I can only speak to what our experiences have been. And our experiences have been actually, a lot of existing businesses need space in the city. And also they certainly need help with under our code and our development processes. So we've been spending a lot of time on that. And so therefore we've also, as I said, we've helped some companies find places to do business in, so they don't relocate out of Oregon City.
And so we've helped them relocate. Are we offering them anything, like I said, TIs? Are we offering them any funding to help with the TI?
No.
Get them in?
We're not offering them anything like that. Now, in terms of
maybe we should.
That's what I was gonna say. We should, not just for relocating to keep these businesses, because economic development is not just about keeping the business that we have, it's growing the businesses.
Right.
And so
growing the economy. So having increase on our TIs, you're helping people being able to navigate the systems, right? Realistically, if it's a small, which I do a lot of, property management, I have retail, ground floor retail, mixed use buildings. Most of all my buildings, the ground floor retail is going to be your small business owner. They have 15 to 2,000 or less square feet of retail space, and it's an empty shell, or it's a previous second generation. They're trying to change the use of the space, but it's going to cost them upfront money, $20,000, $50,000. And so if we can be able to create a funding for that underneath in your small business entrepreneurship category there, you have loans and grants, which is good, but maybe an additional one for your new business, your small business. Let's help you, because you being here is helpful to us as well.
But is that to say we do have the inventory to support that growth? Because part of, I know the limitation is sometimes an owner of a building just doesn't have 1,500, 20,000 square feet for them to move into.
They say, like Andy said, they get the shell, and then, okay, now How do I build
Now, how do I
that
build
out?
that up? Or do I take over a previous use space and it was a restaurant, but now I don't want a restaurant, but the
Yeah.
size is what I want, except it costs a substantial amount of money to turn it into an office of some sort or whatever, you know?
I don't disagree with anything you said.
We're trying to give you money, by the way.
That's exactly, don't disagree.
They need more
We're
bodies.
trying to reallocate
They
the
need
pie is
more
what that
bodies.
says.
I don't disagree with anything you said, but also economic development, it's about growing the pie too, and that is attracting businesses to the community.
Yep.
And that has been a challenge as well, to attract people here. And we've been successful in doing that. Matter of fact, the big win was Advantage Community Credit, a huge win.
That's enterprise.
For this community, among some other things.
Did you put that in here,
It should have been a win.
in your report?
Accomplishments.
I don't know, I don't think we put
No,
that
it's
in
not
the
in
budget,
there.
no. But that is a huge win for the community, and so therefore we've got to focus on both sides of the railroad track, so to speak.
Yep.
Attracting people here as well as keeping people here.
Yep.
And it's an interesting balance that we have to maintain.
Well, as my boss and I work, when we win together, and so what it kind of looks like.
We've been tracking I think James has been tracking the bill to reauthorize the enterprise zone, which we have here in Oregon State. And that has been, I'll just let you tell it, you just tell it, about the enterprise zone.
Yes.
Again, you did not put that in here under compliments.
Right, I did not, I guess we're just too modest, but.
No, we do not want modest, please
This is bragging on this.
brag unabashedly. We need to show the community the wins that we are having.
But we've got the enterprise, the negotiations that we had with Advantage, it was early on, and it was very intense at times, and they needed to find ways to decrease the cost of doing what they've done, because the cost of, you all know this, the cost of everything is going up and continually. And so therefore, we were able to negotiate and use the enterprise zone program to bring down their costs. They asked for a lot of other things, but we could not only could we not provide it, but we did not think it was appropriate to provide. So we're big on, if there's a gap, we'll fill the gap, we'll close the gap. Sometimes we can't close it entirely, but there are certain things we should not do, and we did not do those things, but they asked for it. But it's still never, at the end of the day, we won the day. And so the enterprise program provides tax abatement for 3 years.
Tax abatement's a good
Was
one.
there a
I
lost
take advantage
opportunity
of those often.
to put a childcare facility in there?
That was a cost that they did, I understand they didn't want to bear. That would put more cost and make the negotiations a little bit more challenging.
They got a lot of employees, and I know there's kids in there. So, yes.
May I ask if you feel like this budget is your golden ticket, or are you looking for more, or will this suffice for your needs?
There's always going to be needs, so I'm going to jump them right now. I saw Katie's response, and this will be very similar. Well, I think that what I've proposed here is trying to balance multiple asks across multiple departments that are reliant on general fund with limited funding source available. And so, I guarantee you, every director who walks up there is gonna ask for more, which is why I'm running the interference. We're trying to put together a reasonable budget that's responsible with the revenues that we have available to us. Obviously, there's a decision to add to code enforcement, right? So there's $115,000 probably a year we're gonna need to reallocate.
Well, I think something that we should be looking at towards the immediate future is how to do things to not only help businesses get training, but, develop an opportunity strategies. Is it feasible for them to redo this building? They pay for 50% of the cost. 50% reduction in their cost for TIs to keep them here. I mean, my big example is, if we had known, you were here ahead of time, that Portland Cider needed to expand, we should have done everything we could in our power to keep them here. And I, talked to them, and they said, yeah, we didn't know to come to the city to ask. And I was like, you know, and now they're in Clackamas. So,
I think, I guess, and not to be flippant, because I appreciate where you're going. I think the other limiting factor here is that community development, or sorry, economic development is 2 people. And so just from a staffing delivery programs, you know, I feel like.
For him to say we need more staff because we're too busy.
exactly.
I don't, you know, I feel like the current biennium we're in, is very, very aggressive. It's difficult to deliver because of our staff.
So James, if the enterprise zone gets reauthorized, which it sounds like it is, and Adam, have you heard anything to contrary that it isn't?
Well, there are some missing faces in the legislature right now.
Well, yes, you mean like 10 or 15 people?
So it's a matter of getting that
So
first.
attendance, it's an attendance issue, is what you're saying, but if that comes in, we have an opportunity to use that as a come on down piece of a tool to get people to companies or, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies that, like, a lot of my projects that I oversee for my job is down in the urban core, downtown Portland, South Park blocks, you know, I've had vacant retail for 2 years down there. It's a thing. There's a lot of businesses that are leaving, specifically citing crime, safety, security, everything else with downtown Portland, and they are coming out here, they're coming to Lake Oswego area. There's major companies coming to this area. And so we can prepare and kind of utilize and give incentives of whatever kind of an economic development, whatever kind of businesses we are trying to attract to Oregon City. You know, we're not going to get the giant Intels, right? But maybe we can go with maybe the banks, maybe smaller businesses. We can pinpoint and pick out exactly what we want and target those, and how do we incentivize them. And then also, too, an idea too of economic development is to kind of make sure that the people that we have here, like Denise was saying, if they need to relocate somewhere because they want a smaller square footage, smaller footprint, we can look at that. But then also, if you've been in your space for 20 years and it's kind of run down or it needs some improvements, like, how can we help you? Because you having a positive space of where you're working at or where your business is going to be an incentive for our community to drive more people. So if we have those older buildings, if we have those businesses that have been here for a very long time, and it's like, hey, if you just need to do a refresh, or you need to kind of replace some stuff so that you can continue your operations or grow your operations, how can we help you? Can we give you resources? Can we point you in the direction? Kind of focusing on that so that you're growing who we currently have here. We're supporting the businesses that we have here currently because we don't want them to leave. If they need to adjust their operations, we're supportive of that. And then we're basically can turn on like the green light and say, hey, we're open for business. Talk to our other businesses about how Oregon City supports them. You know, and how can we, what do you need? And let's start working on that framework.
What happened to our storefront program?
You know, we had these very discussions before, so we're almost reinventing the wheel. We talked about forgivable loans, and if you're already here, there's a better chance that you're gonna stay here with an increase in square footage. If you come here and we're gonna do this to help you get established, what we don't wanna do is improve your facility, only have you turn around and sell it. But if you say over a 5-year period, we forgive 20% per year. You know, we had that discussion, and I don't think it ever.
Well, that's how our storefront worked. They had stayed there minimum 5 years. They got half reduced. They paid half, we paid half, and they had to maintain it and keep it for 5 years and keep it up.
I don't think it went that way. I think we're just giving away lump sums of money.
Once we did downtown, that's how we worked.
Yeah, I remember, I saw stuff about the ones in downtown.
Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, the urban renewal.
I think storefront improvement would be a benefit to our community.
Have we gone after the mom and pop landlords and helped with those facade improvements? Because those are the ones that are.
That's what we were doing. It had to be a property owner.
Okay, yeah.
All right, anything else on economic development? Go ahead, Rocky.
I want to go back to the left side really quick. Special projects, 50,000, what is that?
So this was funding set aside to support tourism-related partnership activities between historic sites, river-based businesses, and other tourism.
Okay, so that's dealing with some of the stuff that the Concierge Institute was gonna try. I mean, that's like needs for heritage sites and things.
Even like a float.
Right, got it. Yeah, that's
Doesn't
right.
quite fit.
Yeah, right. That's all.
The thing you're talking about bringing
Yeah, see, my feeling is,
riverboats in.
rather than bank 44% of your money, unless you've got a long-term project that you're trying to get your capital together for, you know, for a while, and I lost track, but I was pushing on bringing maritime traffic up here and running like cruise ships with, you know, with tours of that track. That's the kind of thing we should be doing rather than sitting there doing nothing.
That's a special project.
Anybody's ever been on a cruise ship?
Yeah.
Money just-
There's a lot that can be done on, you know.
Smaller
various
ones,
ways.
Yeah, well, we've got the assets here, let's use them.
Gotta fix that stupid ramp.
So the current FTE right now stays consistent in the next biennial? Yes, of 2. What happened to the last biennial budget allocation for, it was something like an engagement coordinator position that you had talked about, and then that had sparked my interest because of the creation of our community engagement specialist position. You had mentioned something about that last time you gave the city commission an update on the tourism and economic development plan. Whatever happened with that?
If I recall correctly, we had to abandon that because of other activities that were going on. It was just, in our department, a lot going on. And so we had to sort of choose our battle.
Don't think of it as a battle, but.
So, Mr. Grant, how many of those dollars on the right side are dedicated to attracting new businesses? What would you say? First, the advertising, website development?
I would say they all have a role in attracting new businesses. They also have a role in keeping the businesses that we have. But in terms of attracting, I think they all have a role, some more than others. That's true. Like, for instance, the cost reduction that is a pure role in terms of providing some type of incentive to a small business moving to Oregon City. In terms of advertising, with advertising itself, advertising is going to be used to advertise all those programs that you see there, in addition to just basically saying that we're open for business and we're here to help you, and those kinds of things. So, and then of course, workforce development. In my career, for something like this, who would have thought childcare would be an economic development attraction or a tool, but it is turning into one quickly. So when we talk to people seeking to move here, they want to know, well, what do you take? Do you have an available workforce? And if you don't, can we get one?
Well, of course, that's what we have the community college for. We can partner with them. What my interest is how do you hunt and identify prospects and not been associated with others in the position before who sat there and waited for the phone to ring. I don't play that game because then you're another dog in the hunt.
I get from Business Journal updates all the time, and they send out whenever any businesses, like when I'm seeing businesses that are changing, it's usually some kind of a press release in there. They stay on top of stuff often, so utilizing that's a lot of major businesses.
Yeah, that's one of our, that's what like you were mentioning, we've been talking with a lot of businesses who want to move to Oregon City, because our location, particularly logistics, our location is great for that kind of thing. So we don't sit on our ducats and wait for anybody. A lot of work goes into research, and we'll call them up and say, have you thought about us? That's kind of, that's what we do.
And again, it's not a standalone. What's urban renewal for? Is provide places for these businesses who want to exit Portland. You know, I mean, it's a total package. I appreciate what Mr. Graham has said. I've always said it's been about keeping, growing, and attracting. Those are the 3 legs of the stool. And I just want to prevail. I want to bring it.
So let's brag about it.
I'd like to brag.
Yeah, you know, bragging doesn't hurt, because I don't want to sit here and think that the only role that economic development does is disperse monies. We played a defensive role during COVID for a long time, and now we have to switch gears and go, let's go get some.
Well, I think we have to keep our foot in that, because we have to be prepared for the next, whatever it is that's gonna happen. I mean, I will tell you that I've heard nothing but good response from business owners that $3,000 that we got 3 rounds, that helped keep people alive. And we need to brag about that. We need to talk about it. I don't mean brag horribly, but I mean, this is what we have done. We have done this to help this community. And even if we have to, let's even mention those businesses, that there's, a lot of them are still here, they're here. So it's not like they went away, but we gave my hand up. And that's kind of what they need.
If I were a director, I would make my immediate supervisor know of my successes, and I would make my commission know. And we don't. I didn't know about some of these things. I don't want to hear about them after the fact. Here's what happened. Give us something.
Hear that?
Yep, I said the other night, I think that's a good point.
We need to have a brag session. So what do you want to do next?
Real quick, does this, in the advertising part of it, does the Oregon City have like a LinkedIn page and everything as well?
No, we don't have a LinkedIn page. Actually, we found that we really didn't need one.
We're trying to go
things-
big.
I know, we're very busy.
Yeah,
We have all the other,
okay, I have to say, I'm probably more active on LinkedIn than I am on any other social.
and our
Except TikTok when I'm
communications,
bored.
our communications ties into this very directly as well. So what's the next one? Not that I want you to start it, just tell me what the next one is.
Parks and Rec.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break. I was getting signals, everybody was giving me the signals, so that's why we're taking a break.
2 hours.
executive session for Jacobson purposes.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to Parks and Recreation. Let's start page 61, but really 65. So the Parks and Recreation includes parks and cemetery maintenance, aquatics, the Pioneer Center, and recreation. Additionally, dedicated park donations are taxed separately to comply with donor restrictions. The department plans to address goal 2 by engaging a consultant for finish the Parks and Rec master plan. Increased funding for deferred capital maintenance includes funding to address needed park improvements. On the recent Oregon City Community Survey, the second highest ranked city service that should receive the most emphasis from city leaders over the next 2 years was overall quality of city parks, trails, and open space. So here are some of the highlights related to the Parks and Recreation Department. The Veterans Memorial, big project that we've been working on, that has several donations associated with it. Rehabilitation of the Pioneer Center, so the kitchen in this facility. Parks, camera security enhancements throughout parks at the dump station. And then additional cemetery niches, which is actually an additional revenue source to the Parks Department. As part of the capital outlay, we put together this slide that kind of shows the capital outlay in the existing biennium versus the proposal moving forward. Smaller projects related to the mausoleum lighting, signage. You see here the security enhancements, software. So this is a consolidation of how we do our recreation registration. Thank you.
Is that a one-time investment or an annual subscription?
It will end up being an annual subscription. This is to start it up. The Veterans Memorial, the cemetery, Park Place Trail improvements, the cemetery niche project, and then Chapin Park, taking care of that parking lot so we can increase the longevity, the lifespan of that facility. And here I'm jumping into the pool. I almost stuck it through. I said anything. So really just, maintenance associated with running that facility. Everyone's aware of the aging nature of that facility.
It would be helpful if you mentioned the age of some of these, like how old is this place? How old is the pool?
Both 60 years old.
Both 60?
Well, I'm not sure about Pioneer Center, but I'm sure about the pool.
Yeah. So it's older than some of the people in this room.
Well,
That can't be possible.
I'm not gonna ask.
I'll speak up for that.
I said older than some of the.
Is I specifically mentioned that?
No, I mentioned it. Thank you.
This is specifically for this facility here, the kitchen remodel made the one of our bigger expenditures, last door replacement, getting in and out, and then miscellaneous building improvements, keeping this facility up and running. So I know there's a lot of discussion around parks or planning to be, so I'll go ahead and stop and ask if there are any questions.
Can you go back a couple of slides?
Yes.
The first one on capital outlay. That dog park, Stafford Park, that didn't happen, right?
That did not happen.
Can I ask what the kitchen remodel scope is?
We're working on the developing plans to make the kitchen more functional because we serve all of our meals, our congregate dining, also to make the kitchen available for more programming for the community as well. So we're going to be working on plans for.
Are you turning it into a commercial grade kitchen then?
We'll see what options we have in regards to our budget and what we can actually do in regards to the upgrades moving forward.
140 is quite a price tag.
It's a commercial kitchen at the time that it was constructed. It's got the 3 sinks and the whole, all that kind of stuff. But if you look at it, just from the standpoint of your own personal kitchen, it doesn't work really as well as it could. You're supposed to have that triangle where you go from, and you're kind of all over the place in there. But yeah, it's sad. So I guess one of the things that I think would be helpful for the budget committee and the public that's at home watching this is that I would have to say, in my opinion, is doesn't the Parks Department manage more facilities than any other department that there is? And so, you know, right, you've got some of that, but senior center, the pool.
The senior center, the pool, urban junior house, parks and cemetery, and the fact that we are in charge of managing all the facilities of the city as well.
So that's an extra checkbox there. Has the Parks Department always managed all the facilities, or is that something new?
Yeah, it's kind of like GIS became IT, became community development before we finally spun it out into, you know, really our facilities were mainly parks facilities, and everyone was located at City Hall.
Right.
Historic for me, at least, when I started up on Warner Milling, the PD, court, planning, building, city manager, finance, HR, everyone was in that one building, so we didn't have multiple buildings.
We didn't have multiple, well, we always had the cemetery, we had the senior center. And
But they were always parked.
Right.
We had a lot of parks facilities, and really one main facility, obviously, you know, not counting public works.
Well, I'm gonna say it. Where are our athletic fields? I know we only have 3 soccer fields, none of them turf, not a lot of tennis, no pickleball, not a lot of baseball. Where are our athletic?
Chapin, Westland, Rivercrest, not Rivercrest.
Rivercrest has a baseball field.
They do have tennis courts there, at Rivercrest. So we do have fields, and we do have fields available. Your specific question about turf fields, what's prevented us from moving forward with turf fields is it's been cost prohibitive. We haven't had the money to reinvest in those fields to translate them to become turf fields. Luckily, we work with Oregon City Youth Sports. This year, they went for a Metro Enhancement Grant. They were able to get some funding from that, and we also worked together to help install the turf fields that we currently have. But just the infield alone was $100,000. Turf fields are a pretty penny. So if you're looking at our overall budget and you're seeing the fact that we have over $12 million worth of expenses and we have $23 million worth of deferred maintenance, where is that additional $100,000 or $200,000 to start transferring these fields into the fields going to come from? On top of the fact that we don't charge for use of our fields. So we don't even have a mechanism to put money aside to reinvest back into the fields. So if we don't have that funding, you can't invest into those turf fields.
Will our new reservation system help gather fees if it were?
To clarify what it is,
Yes.
She asked about the
Yeah,
registration.
go ahead.
Our registration system will help us be able to better serve our community and collect fees and provide the ability to provide better customer service, give people the option to go and utilize our registration system instead of having to get on the phone to try to reserve things. However, if we're still not charging for the services, we're still in this deficit. You still have this $12 million worth of expenses, and you're only bringing in $3 million.
I would note that we lost 2 baseball fields that used to exist where the police station currently is.
Either they were trailhouse baseball field.
They were not.
Yeah, but there's still.
Yeah, but I mean, they weren't ours, the school district property.
Yeah.
Kelly Field.
And to also, to clarify with the sports fees, because we did have this discussion with the work session, and part of the reason I am the development piece coordinator with Pioneers Youth Sports, so I'm very well aware of that, but the maintenance that Pioneer Youth Sports does complete for the city fields is far and beyond what any other city district requires of their youth organizations for the city fields. For the fields that we use at public schools, it's understandable, and most other youth organizations do the same amount of work for the school districts, but for the cities, they do not.
And again, as Mr. Brittany told us those other places have special districts and dedicated funds just for that. Yes, park districts, which we don't have. We don't have it.
But these are also related to those fields in those districts. with
Exactly.
those. So charging Oregon City Youth Sports a fee that's in the same category with that is not equivalent, in my opinion. Kind of apples and oranges comparisons.
Given that turf fields increase the capacity because they can be used over a longer part of the year, could we use Parks SDC money for turf fields?
I don't believe so.
It's not.
Well, I thought it was for expansion of capacity. And you have a field that's usable 3 months in the summer, if it's natural turf, it's usable 10 months of the year otherwise.
We have to look into it.
I think it'd be worth looking into, because it is expanding capacity. I mean, if we add a playground.
It's an existing amenity, the fields are existing amenity that we already have. It's not new, so it would be hard, we'd be hard pressed to make the argument that we could use STCs for that.
I'd like to see that investigated.
Yeah, I agree. I think that being able to clarify if the expansion, like expanding it, if it's not just expanding like the footprint or the square footage, if it's actually expanding the usage of it, and expanding the usage of the fields, because Pioneer Youth Sports reserves it from March relatively until September, October, weather permitting, all between there as well. You know, like I've had to cancel many games, many practices because we started in April and it's been a really rainy April. So usage isn't there, but if we can expand it to turf fields now, the usage of that field is expanded, and if that qualifies under STC fees, and that there's your funding. It's $700,000. There's only 7 fields left that need to be turfed. There's already one at Wesley Lynn. There's Wesley Lynn field number 1, Hillendale 1 and 2, Chapin 1 through 4, and Rivercrest. So $700,000, and that's just for the infield, and that would put Oregon City fields for baseball and softball for age ranges from kindergarten to 14, at least just for the Pioneer Youth Sports, like the rec leagues, not including travel ball tournaments that could also be happening for reservations throughout the summertime after the rec league ends as well. That would expand the usage, and now we can also play fall ball in a more appropriate time frame. You can start sooner, so instead of reserving as of March or April, we can start reservations in January, February instead. And I personally don't like to play in the rain, but I have, and it's awful, but we can play in the rain. It would expand for adult leagues as well, because Oregon City does not have any adult leagues right now, so expanding to have adult softball leagues, adult kickball leagues throughout the year. Like, you have a lot of different usage that you can use throughout the year that's not just a certain time frame of when it's been warm, and it's been warm for a couple of days. As well as the volunteers, the amount of team, like, I have photos I can show everybody, but we had a field cleanup day where we've all gone out, and the teams, all the parents from all the teams go out and they prep the fields for usage. And they go out, they're doing the tilling, they're doing the dragging, they're doing the weeds, the pulling, I'm not a landscaper, but I'll go and pick rocks, I'll figure something out. And the amount of volunteer hours that are not included, that get put in from this community, would now be put in other ways and other resources instead.
So I think the one issue would be that the current SDC methodology for parks does not collect for turf fields. So we have a calculation of an SDC based on the capital improvement project. I think, we're doing a Parks and Rec master plan. I think there's kind of 2 things here. One, can you use SDCs to essentially turf on an existing field? The second thing, though, you gotta, let's say it's $100,000. I think it's probably short to do a field. Okay, so 700,000. It's not in that SDC that's being collected, that we've been collecting. So essentially, we're shorting the SDC fund because we're never collecting revenues from it. Does that make sense? So if our SDC list was whatever, 50 million, right? So it should be 57.
I just think it's worth looking into.
Well, I think before your time, Mr. Conkle answered this question because we asked it. As Mr. Reed has said, it's an existing facility. And I don't know if there's anything that's changed because I remember the answer was we cannot use it on an existing facility.
We'll look at.
So if we want to take staff time and look into this again, we can, you know, they can certainly do that.
I think considering that we had 5 public comments come in from people outside of this committee asking for turf fields. One, it's also a safety concern as well. The other day, I saw one of my players get a ground ball to the face because there are rocks out in the dirt. It's not a level playing field. It's more safe to play on turf fields than it is on dirt.
I don't think there's an issue against turf fields. It's a question of how we would fund it. And I think the argument is, can you fund it by SDCs? And I think the answer is going to be no. And the question now is, do we want to spend any more time investigating the ability of using SDCs?
Well, how much time could that take? Come on.
That, but I think, you know, finding some way, you know, even if it's like, let's say for instance, you know, we have 7 fields that are left. We have a master plan that's being worked on, and the sports fields are not included in that master plan at all. I went to the original master plan meeting when the consultant was there, and none of it included anything about sports fields. And so to have, you know, even if we were to, let's finish out Wesley, we already have one down there. Let's do the other one. Let's do field number 2. My son is FaceTiming me right now. He's trying to ask for a game on his iPad. He's 7.
Yeah, we get Andy, and to me, the turf fields are a part of that unfunded maintenance bag full of stuff that we have never been able to get to in the whole time that I have lived here.
Yep, and so
it's one part
and
of it.
I brought with me today, this is a list, this is just a high school baseball and turf and softball turf fields in Oregon, in the entire state. So these are all of the cities in the state that, or all the high schools in the state that have that. That doesn't include the city parks located, so I'm assuming.
So you're talking about high schools that
This
are
is just high schools, but
not
this is
funded as part of our process.
But what I'm saying is that if the high schools have been able to get the funding, then likely the city is also being supportive of having turf fields as well. I know that Canby has turf fields. I know that
At their high school?
No, not at the high school, at city parks.
Yeah.
They're getting
I
turf fields.
understand that
Sandy.
you're super passionate.
I am very passionate about it because I think that it's something that, you know, for Oregon City to be one of the only cities in the Portland metro area that doesn't have, at least, you know, we just got our first turf field last year. And to not have a plan in place, to have additional expansion, to not have that investment in the youth, I think that's the biggest, you know, discussion, is to have the investment in the youth sports.
If I can build on your argument, what hasn't really been mentioned enough, I think, is the economic advantage of having better sports fields to draw larger events, long-term events, as an economic development tool. And that's what you know, it would have to be looked at as an investment, not just so the kids can play ball longer, but so that their parents can spend more money here.
Precisely, and that's why I brought that up during the economic development portion, because they do go together. When you invest in the youth sports, when you invest in the expansion of the programs, you're investing in the expansion of your the community involvement. You're expanding. People will choose specific locations. I mentioned this before during the work session. People choose specific locations because they want their children to play sports. They want their children to go to the best schools. They want their children to have the best activities. They want the best libraries. They want the best for their kids, and they'll choose it. And we can show support for that, then we do have the economic development. I mean, I brought a list here. I mean, these are very, very big tournaments, but if you were to even do a single tournament, you know, if you were to rent out, if it's a 20, 30 team tournament, 12 to 14 players on a team, imagine the hotel that's for an entire weekend. If you do those all the time, that's a big economic boom that you can get from it?
So I would say, as we've been going through the Parks Master Planning process and surveying the community, there were questions about sports fields and sports complexes, because we've heard from some people in our community with Oregon City Youth Sports and Oregon City Soccer that this is something that they're really passionate about. But when we get the data back, the community is saying that's not high on the priority for them. They're saying trails, dog parks, maintaining our current facilities that we have is a priority for them. So I think it's really important that we do get through this master planning process, because it will point us in the direction of where our community wants us to go.
I agree.
I would also say the community might view this through a very narrow lens. They're doing, I mean, how many people are gonna commute here to use your dog park? Not too many, but I've lived that life of a traveling team, and I've seen the economic benefits to communities, and it's huge. And you stated the data before.
Yep, it's 91% will travel from out of state.
Yep.
If you go into a city, when there's a baseball tournament in town, good luck getting a dinner reservation.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You can't get a dinner reservation, you can't get a hotel reservation. That's a big boom for the local businesses, and everybody gets to benefit from that.
Rather than maybe universal improvement of all our parks, maybe a targeted sports complex might be something worth looking at and investing in.
Well, again, we need extra money. If people want to pass a parks bond, or we want to move something like that forward to do these special things, again, we've got to get through the plan so that we know where to target our resources. And Kendall is correct. That's what we have to have first. We can't just do a, shotgun here, there. We've got to do it in a systematic way. We're also doing our facilities plan. We're doing the master plans. We've got a lot of things in the process that are going to help us in our decision making. So
I think, my ask would be then at least finish the turf fields at Wesleyland. It's $100,000, give us 2 turf fields there. Baseball and softball can play on that. That's 2 year-round fields there. It's $100,000. We already did 1 there, so obviously Wesleyland is not part of, and the fields there are not part of the master plan, because we already installed a turf field there. So if we were to finish out at least 1 turf field, that is showing.
All the amenities are part of our master plan.
What
including Wesleyland, yeah.
What puts me off is I don't like an attitude of what we can't do.
That's right.
Tell me what we can do. To Mike Mitchell's question, when you ask about SDCs, how do I have to phrase the question that this qualifies? What is the right way to, well, if you ask it this way, it doesn't, but if you ask it this way, it doesn't. Not when you're expecting to fail, when you're trying to win.
that's what they're gonna do. But we asked them before, when we asked the question. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Reed. Mr. Conkle.
I don't think we're here to answer questions.
Are you done with this part? Okay.
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
So you gave us in our packet, we have a sheet from you, staffing recommendations.
Yes.
That add up to $190,000 and change per year.
That does not include benefits.
That does not include.
That does not include.
Okay, so what would the total be if it did?
So with benefits and the annual cost plus benefits is around $350,000.
$350 per year?
Yes.
And these are represented in ways.
Okay. And I assume none of those positions are in the budget now?
No.
Okay.
And so that's $700,000 annually.
Honestly, I'm not sold on that, especially since I think we're thinking about severing some facilities maintenance from parks. That's one reason. And 2 is, what does the population see as improvements? They don't see the addition of warm bodies. Will we see an improvement in facilities? I think we're about to remove facilities maintenance from parks, or at least offset it. So I'm not anxious to jump into staffing changes until I understand what that change means.
I just wanted to know if it was, I wasn't saying whether or not I support it, I just.
I think we were just clarifying the number, because during public comment, we received a request for 4 additional staff.
And part of it is in order to do the maintenance and whatever else we have, you have to have a person. It's not gonna get done with a Roomba or, a robot. Yes. I'm gonna ask you a question about, so why, what about administrative support? Is that in here?
Administrative support in regards to like office specialists, administrative assistants. I think we're in a good place with administrative support. I think we need more frontline staff people out in the field.
I know, what I was asking about, okay, so you've got, I'm looking at the flow chart on 61, and I don't see, where are the people that answer the phone to the cemetery and help you get your plots and?
We currently have 2 FTEs
Because I don't see that on here.
budgeted for that. So you see I don't know if that's included in the 9.07 FTEs that's referenced in Parks and Cemetery Maintenance, but we have 2 FTEs, administrative assistant and an office specialist, who helps at the Parks and Cemetery.
But that's not reflected on this chart.
It's reflected in the FTEs, the FTE total.
And on page 65?
If you look at page 136, it might be easier.
Because that's where I was confused. I said, well, who's answering the phone over there if I don't see them in this flow chart here? You said
36.
36, yeah.
Do you want me to go through all the?
No, I'm just trying to, again, the first thing I looked at was the flow chart for each department. I wasn't going back and scrutinizing every box and say, oh, does that box, just didn't see the titles there. And I said, okay, well, where are
I looked at the same flow chart, and it's got Parks and Cemetery Maintenance, 9.07. And then underneath is apparently these are specific to cemetery. Are they different than the 9.07?
they? Why wouldn't the administrative assistant under maintenance, if they're not
No,
maintaining
look at your flow chart.
Yeah.
Lower right.
I'm right, yeah.
Parks and Cemetery Maintenance, 9.
9.07.
And then, and then underneath is cemetery maintenance, another 2.5 later.
It has to do with the new allocations that we're doing because we're breaking out the cemetery. So certain staff will be allocated a little bit differently within this budget. So our 2 office specialists will be split between parks and cemetery. And the reason behind breaking out the cemetery is we want to really get a true idea of what our costs are associated with the cemetery. Currently, we're subsidizing the cemetery. So we need to get a handle on what our costs are so we can manage those more effectively.
I assume we're tracking the income side?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because that's not in the.
What's the example when we do a burial, we're pulling park staff?
Yes.
So here's an example of.
Yeah, and so what we're running into, so when the cemetery gets busy or we have a burial, what we're gonna having to do is pull people off route for parks to help facilitate the burial. So it can take up to 4 staff to help facilitate doing a burial at the cemetery, who are now not doing the park stuff. So we're trying to get a better understanding of what those costs are, what level of support we also need, and what adjustments we need to make moving forward.
Here's on that as well, when I'm looking at the parks on page 136, the parks maintenance specialist 2 shows 1 proposed FTE, so I'm assuming that we're wanting to split it out, correct? But then on page 61, it says the cemetery maintenance is 2.5 FTE. And so, but it doesn't have the additional split out. So is it 2.5 for just the cemetery maintenance, or is it 1 just for the cemetery maintenance? I'm looking between 61 and 136.
I see it, yeah.
Yeah, there's,
One says 1.
one says 1, the other one says 2.5, so I'm assuming then, because if you've got Parks and Cemetery Maintenance, you've got 9, and then I'm counting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then another 10. So you got 11.57, then you got 1, well, that's for the total. Yeah, Parks, I mean, that would be your manager, so taking that out, it would be 10.57.
All of this adds up to park maintenance plus parks and cemetery maintenance.
Do the math, is my math, am I mathing math?
The total FTE on page 136 is all for parts. The total FTE on page 61 matches the same FTE. It's just laid out differently.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to.
Speaking of,
They reconcile, but it's just laid out a little bit different. That's
Go ahead.
how they're laid out is a concern for me on page 61, where you have, I mean, I looked at a lot of work charts, and I'm trying to picture why there's an assistant director, an assistant Parks and Recreation director that has 2 managers under them, but the other managers don't have a director over them other than the direct manager, the direct director. I'm just wondering why there just aren't 4 lines coming down out of the director instead of this one additional.
And so you didn't get the corrected org chart. The assistant director is now off of the administrative assistant up under me, and then all the lines lead down towards the managers.
Okay, I see the one that I have has the administrative assistant off to the side. Are you saying that the assistant Parks and Recreation director is different than that?
So that one's incorrect. That's what I'm saying. That org chart is incorrect.
Can you supply us with the correct one? It's the only one we have.
We can do that. Okay.
And then, just to confirm too, so I'm still mapping differently. On this, on page 136, when I cross off the Parks and Cemetery Maintenance Manager, that 1 FTE there, because I'm assuming the lead is included in the regular staff, not the manager there. So you're showing that 9.07 FTE, and I've got 1 plus 3 is 4 plus 1 is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, you're right, no. Then I've got 10. Oh, and then if I take out that administrative and the office specialist, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.57, 10.57 total. Is that right? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Parks maintenance under
8.57,
23,
so
25 adds up to 11.
I'm showing 9.57, so I'm showing a half a person more FTE. I'm showing 9.57 versus 9.07 is listed on 61. Is that part of the update needed as well for the org chart?
That's incorrect, yeah.
Yeah, but not just the organization, but the actual number of FTEs. Also, I don't know how you get a 0.07 on that anyway. When there's no other, there's the only thing that's a half or something funny there is going to be the 1.57. So I've got 9.57 FTE versus 907 FTE.
There's an 8.12. Throw that in.
We all agree Park Cemetery Manager on page 61 is 1 FTE.
Yeah, I took that one off. Yeah, that one's correct. And then you go down.
Park Cemetery Maintenance 9.07, Cemetery Maintenance 2.5, right?
Yeah, and then when you go.
That adds up to 12.57, right?
Yeah.
If I add Parks Maintenance 11.57 plus Cemetery Maintenance at 1, that's 12.57.
Well, you're including in the administrative assistant office specialist, so is that underneath the Parks and Cemetery Maintenance? Because the parks, what I'm looking at specifically on the page 61 is the Parks and Cemetery Maintenance 9.07 FTE. Right?
Okay.
And then if you go over here and if you look at the number of positions just for that 9.07, I come up with 9.57. So I have listed an additional FTE, 0.5 FTE. If you go with just the total parks maintenance, not all the others, and not the administrative assistant, and not the office specialist 3. If you take out those 2 and take out the manager, we got 1, 3, 1, 2, and 1.57, which equals 9.57.
So you're taking out the manager?
Why would you?
Because the manager is up
Manager's
here.
included.
The manager's
in
up here on the org chart.
12.57. It's
Page
included.
136 is the right numbers to use, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Say that again, Mike?
Page 136.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where I went to the second time.
yeah, just don't look at page 61.
Yeah.
Get in there.
Maybe.
61's.
So, total parks maintenance is 2 less FTE. We reset 1 to cemetery maintenance at 1, and facilities maintenance at 1. So it's a break even in maintenance.
Right, we got rid of the part-time hourly to create a position.
Okay, but in terms of people maintaining stuff, there's no increase in this budget over what we have now, even though we have whatever, $20 million.
Yes, there's no increases, yeah.
Okay.
It says 0.92, at the very, very bottom, in the dark blue.
Yeah, but that's not, that is, total parks.
It's gonna be the
Yes,
recreations,
but
aquatics, and the pioneer community center.
It's on the total recreation aquatics, there's 0.9 increase.
And the pioneer.
I'm just looking at maintenance of people.
Mhm.
Parks is 2 less, cemetery is 1 more, facilities is 1 more, so it's a break even. The only, that 0.9 of it is a recreation aquatics person.
It's the additional park staff.
Yeah.
So they've increased the requirements for lifeguards.
Right, I mean, I read that, I understand why that's right. The point I'm making is, we're not doing anything to help our maintenance situation.
No, not really.
So those 5 additional staff members is not a true actual 5 additional staff members, or is it just like a restructuring of?
They're not.
Working within the existing FTE.
But it wasn't initially done, now it was done as a decrease or reshuffling, and now the ask is the increase?
The ask from the
public
comment.
From the public comment.
We are not
With
proposing.
an email from him already as well.
Yes, the additional staff, the 3 additional FTE that we're asking for, and the reclassification of the park maintenance lead. Those aren't in here. Okay.
I might ask the 1,000-foot question, I'm sorry. Is it common for municipalities to manage and maintain a cemetery?
No.
No.
We're
historic.
Can we sell it? Is that an option?
No. Although that's not my.
Well, that's not why.
I mean, we sell it, we get rid of the maintenance need, we can invest more in our parks.
Well, it is kind of a park per se.
Yes,
Well, I mean, I
Picture who's
know.
gonna buy it.
Well, it is.
Market for
I go there, I picnic on family plots.
Okay.
There's trees there and stuff that I can.
I think, so some of these changes and why this org chart is, we are looking at how we've operated historically. And we're trying to break out and be a little bit more refined in these operating groups within parks, because they've kind of been looked at as kind of one thing historically, even though they do operate very differently. And the cemetery is a great example of that. It's just been always kind of hidden in the parks maintenance, and it's really not. I mean, it's its own operation in and of itself. So we're trying to separate these out so we can get our hands around what are the true costs to maintain it. Are we charging enough? How much revenue are we bringing in so that we can have these discussions? Not about selling, but how do we want to operate these facilities more efficiently and more effectively?
I mean, is there a reason we have to maintain the asset? I mean, logistically, are we stuck with it, or?
I think you stuff with Don, Judy.
You can put it that way.
Honestly, I don't know the whole history of the cemetery. This is the first time I've ever had a
Started out with the
discussion.
initial 5 acres, Rocky, help me out here, so started out with the initial 5 acres that was deeded to the city of Oregon City by William L. Holmes. And that was to help house a Masonic section.
Which we don't know about, I'm sure.
And then the rest of it was probably purchased over the years, but we got the initial 5 acres as cemetery in perpetuity.
My question is more basic. Why aren't those 4 positions that it seem like, why are they not in here, the ones that you're now asking?
Because they didn't get approved. I mean, they weren't approved.
Oh, they weren't approved by you in preparing the budget? No, I understand.
No, yeah. And speaking, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I may be taking us, and it's along the same lines. What I'm worried about is, since this flow chart is accurate, and since we're debating FT and restructuring various things and adding a possibility of adding an assistant city manager, if we approve this budget, that essentially supports that change. Yet we've not seen as a commission any plan of how that restructuring changes. I'm really concerned about approving a budget based on things that are thrown out here, and then later seeing the restructured concept of how we're gonna go without knowing that. I think that locks us into a structure that staff wants us to have, which we don't know about. That really bothers me, much the same way that economic development went through the entire year without getting their plan approved by the commission, because it was already within the budget and it was just go ahead. We have not seen this restructuring of the Parks Department. We've heard about it. We've heard about the possibility of adding, this other position, but I'm gonna have a hard time passing a budget without knowing that a little clearer. It seems very fuzzy and clear, since we can't even be presented an accurate flow chart of what that department is. That scares me.
But these are positions that we already have, but let me just be clear. So we still manage 38 parks. We still have to manage 300 acres. We still have to manage 12 facilities and over 3,000 square feet. So those are the facts. We don't have enough staff. I think that's clear. So it's clear that the FTEs are here. We've restructured some positions, but the format is fairly stayed the same, and it doesn't change the need. We still have the $23 million worth of deferred maintenance. We still have the increased maintenance costs. So the fact that we're having a conversation around not wanting to approve additional support with all the additional responsibilities that we've been maintaining with the few staff that we have, the facts are still.
Or string and gun is basically how I look at it.
I have 2 things. One, on this ask for the new positions, it just says park maintenance specialist. Is it 1, 2, or 3? 1, okay. And then the convert park maintenance lead to park supervisor, would that keep them in the park maintenance team lead scenario, or would that move
It would be
them
a
to
park supervisor position. It would just
Would it
transition the position
to the manager?
to an exempt position to provide additional support for the cemetery and parks.
Okay, where would that fall underneath here? Would it be?
It would still be under
The team lead?
Well, where the lead is currently.
Okay, so it would stay in that position. And then that, and then, you said $23 million of deferred maintenance. What, and I may not know specifically what is the deferred maintenance, but is it possible if we don't have enough staff, can you do contract work for any of the deferred maintenance on any buildings, on any areas, landscaping work? Can you contract it out and get stuff for that instead if you don't have the people and the manpower to complete the work?
We've been doing both.
Okay.
And it's still not enough.
Go ahead, Rocky.
On repair and maintenance, there is a line item virtually in every section, so I just want to make sure I understand it. So under cemetery, there's a line item for repair and maintenance, pool, Pioneer Center, and then parks maintenance. Where does end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center fall? I'm assuming it falls under general park maintenance.
You want to talk about that? Yeah. It's in the general fund. Talk about that.
Is that right?
Did we ask about the Orient, and the Orient Trail?
End of the Oregon Trail, and then also Ermitanger, those are both under which page?
The end of the Orient Trail maintenance is actually in the general fund, general government. It's not as a part of the parks department.
Why?
That's a good question.
It's a very good
It's been there
question.
since,
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
yeah. Basically, to answer Rocky's question, end of the Orient Trail and City Hall are both, those maintenances are charged under general government. It's the way it's
Okay, well,
been since I was.
EOTIC should not be there at all. That makes no sense. And Ermitanger is under,
No.
It's under recreation, yeah. It's under recreation, yes.
under,
Recreation, I saw
that
that.
would be,
Recreation program?
not, Parks and Recreation, repair and
Recreation programs.
63.
Page 69.
Recreation, no, 78. 73 is.
73.
73.
It's under 73.
Ermitanger House, yeah.
So the 55, 200 per year.
Well, no, that's talking about software costs. So
Oh, no, you're, oh, building maintenance, sorry.
building maintenance for Ermitanger House. Okay, so that's on recreation. So what, okay. So wait, so that's under, so the Ermitanger house is maintenance is lumped into that recreation program that says $110,000, which we were basically told in previous meetings was a park and rec thing. Park and rec maintenance was all Ermitanger House, so are you saying that now there's $110,000 in there for Ermitanger House? Because previous meetings, we were told that that's the same account. So is that two, there's other things in there?
Other things in there.
I hear what they are.
Can you break it up?
Because I don't understand why maintenance for a house would be under programs, for one. That makes no sense. You know, so the EOTIC building, and here's the thing, there used to be a line item for the Ermitanger House, so then anyone could read the budget would know. The fact that we have city buildings that are not laid out in the budget, like the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, so anyone can see how we are dealing with maintenance for that, and there's nowhere, I mean, where else in the city do we have a building that is staffed that we don't have enough labeled out in this budget? So the Ermitanger House maintenance should not be under programs, it's a building. It should be a separate thing that illustrates that, and maybe the end of the trail is on a separate, those two things are spelled out. Because those are two things that any general person could not find in this budget at all. So that's a concern. The other question is, we've had a lot of questions from the Friends of the Ermitanger House, Pioneer Center, et cetera, about park donations. On the back page 74, that talks about dedicated park donations, but it really refers to pretty much just the Pioneer Center. So I want to know where we find all the donation accounts. Are they all under kind of this park and rec donation, or does the cemetery have its own fund for its donations? Does the Pioneer Center have a fund for its own donation?
You're doing a line item for
Right.
each, yeah.
Right, because
we
right
were
here,
told we were gonna
this
have
last,
that broken out.
this last page 74 would imply that all money donated to any parks program goes into that page, but I doubt it does.
I know.
And I'm sure it does.
We were told that was gonna be broken out.
Well, it's not, but.
I'm just saying,
There's a narrative there, it says all donations received are accounted for separately by donor, restriction, or purpose, but I don't see it listed.
it's not listed
No,
out.
so-
We don't break it
This
down.
is cost, it's not.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
No,
this
but
is-
I don't think
It's
it's,
not income.
I
it's
don't
cost.
think all the donations for every city thing it actually goes into this one account. They're all split into different places, aren't they? I'm sure they're not in
Two
it.
things going on.
Yeah. So go ahead and answer.
So to answer your question about the donations, all of the park donations are accounted for and spent on the page that had
74?
74. However, not all of them are intended to be spent. So the reserve
No, that's
is,
not my question. My question is, if I wanted to find out in which of these categories donations are, anyone would assume anything donated to parks would go on this page that's part dedicated parks donation, but the truth is I doubt the money for the cemetery is in this page. I doubt the money donated to the Ermitanger House is on this page. So where are, if they're not all here? I mean,
Isn't this an expenditure list on?
how
page
is that
74?
broken out in the budget if it's not, unless they all are, unless every donation for every parks thing is in this, on this page, but I doubt that's true.
so the donations that come in are recognized as revenue in the dedicated parks donation fund. There's not a revenue line item on page 74 to reflect that, because this is just showing expenditures.
Okay, but.
When the revenues come in and when they're chosen to be spent by the parks department on the various different categories, as you described, Ermitanger, et cetera, they would be shown under capital outlay. We've accounted for the 162,000, as you pointed out. I believe that was the Pioneer Center donated funds to the Pioneer Center being spent, 162,000. The rest of that, of those donated funds, aren't planning on being spent. They are
I'm
being
not
held.
asking about them being spent, I wanna know where they are. Are you saying that these line items on this page include all of the donations from every department in the city? Or are they in their own departments, is what I'm trying to figure out.
They're broken out, they're broken out.
So they're not in this.
Because those are expenses. That's not revenue.
That's not the resource.
You understand, he's saying that's not the revenue line, that's the expenditure line.
I just wanna know where individual donations would be based in individual things.
It's in the revenue side, correct?
Yes, and then unspent revenue, unspent donation money is in the reserve for future expenditures at the fund level, which is in the general government section as part of the ending fund balance. We'd have to go back to the slide, but there was a reserve for future expenditures. It's about 2.5 million. And so there is the unspent on-hand money for donations is being held in a reserve, separately tracked. You don't see it in line item detail form as to what that is, because it's all rolled up into one line. We can provide that detail.
Okay.
But that's where the unspent donated dollars are being held for future years and could be drawn on mid-year if the need came up. It's up to the Parks Department to program when they want to spend that. So if it were being spent, it would show up on page 74.
I'll deal with that another time, but I do wanna see a list of the donations for every part of the Parks Department and how it's spelled out eventually. So I will ask this group to deal with the issue of the two buildings that I think are in the wrong place in the budget. I think Ermitanger House, which is an actual building facility that is actually staffed, should be spelled out and not under programming. It's not programming, maintenance, and that is part of the building maintenance. And why the end of the Oregon Trail is under, the general city, that doesn't make sense, and I'd like that moved as well. One last question, on the staffing page, which is 136, can you tell me, I assume, where you go down to the bottom, recreation programs, historic house guide, limited duration, can you tell me what limited duration means?
It's not limited duration, it's permanent.
Well, why does it say that?
That needs to be.
It'd be a carryover.
Yeah.
We should be presented with accurate information, and it seems time after time again, we're having staff read from reports that we don't have. And time again, we're given documents that are not accurate, and we're into the third meeting. And we don't still have the right information. I don't know how this stuff hasn't gone. I really don't.
I would agree, when I submit budgets, my job, it's required, it's accurate.
It's unbelievable, actually.
For what's being read to the.
So I'll leave it at that.
Other questions on parks? So we have some stuff that has to come back. Are we ready to move to the next item?
How many more items are there?
We have the library.
Real quick, one moment, real quick, on these new staff as well, so your aquatics coordinator hire a new position, that's in addition to the one that's already a new position for this budget? So there's one listed here on this budget, and you want an additional one as well?
When you say.
I see underneath recreation aquatics, I see recreation coordinator, and I see on here it says aquatics coordinator, so I'm assuming those are the two same, because there's no other position named underneath aquatics, and I see that there's one new position that wasn't here previously that is on the proposed budget.
We had a rec programmer that we transitioned to a recreation coordinator, so we didn't increase the FTE, it was just a difference in the position. Aquatics coordinator would be in addition to the current position that we already have.
So then you want to have two recreation coordinators?
We'll have one aquatics coordinator and one recreation coordinator, different responsibilities.
They're both listed underneath the aquatics line item though. So when I'm looking on page 136, total recreation aquatics, I see recreation programmer, so I see where that position switched basically from programmer to coordinator.
Right.
And then you want one additional in here.
We're asking for an additional coordinator at the pool.
So they'll have two coordinators at the pool?
Yes.
I have a budgetary process question. If the committee were comfortable with all aspects of the budget with one exception, say the Parks Department, could they pass that part of the budget and refrain from passing the Parks component or any one component? Or does the law say you have to pass everything at once?
Yeah, you would want
It's
to.
not a legal question, I need to direct that.
No, at the end of the budget committee's work, they have to approve a budget with one number. So in this case, the whole number is 281,000, $1 million. If you were to exclude a department or any amount, it would not move out of budget committee with that in it. And the time clock will continue to move, and it would move to the city commission for adoption, and you would be out.
Because we don't approve the budget, all we do is
Recommend.
propose it.
Recommend, and so then further conversation, if there's, so we can kind of lay the groundwork of where we want the directions, if there are changes or something in the Parks Department that we need, or whatever else, then we can go through that, but if there's larger ones, then potentially the commission could have further discussion.
We have to.
Yeah, I understand that.
Amend the budget later, is that?
Well, to amend a budget with that large of a swath is outside the spirit of budget law. You're supposed to budget what you intended now to do. I think perhaps if the concern was, we don't know exactly the way we want to structure something, there is a bit of a chicken and an egg because we've structured something maybe in one way to get to a number. If that doesn't please the budget committee, that's fine, but you do ultimately, you all are ultimately responsible to approve the budget with one number in its entirety of 281,000 million, whatever it is. You have the freedom to restructure it later, especially as the commission moves through planning process. I think I've heard enough of that. Well, just approving the budget, approve the exact form in which it's presented, not necessarily. You have your appropriation level, which is what shows up at the commission resolution. Those categories have large dollar amounts on them. Underneath that, all the detail we prepared here to get to that appropriation level. There are cities that appropriate down to personnel services, road services, capital outlay, very little flexibility, once a year. We have these larger buckets, and I think there's much room for conversation at the budget committee level, but more importantly, at the city commission level, as to how that's structured, whether that's economic development, whether that's parks. I mean, we can't solve the entire problem here in one meeting or in one budget process. There's been a lot exposed here, and the process is ongoing. If nothing else, we can continue the budget process conversation for 2 more years leading up to the next process. But in order to get a legal budget passed by the end of June 30, 2023, this budget committee has to come out with one number. So I would land on a number. Yes.
I think
it's also to
That's
the-
our fiscal year, June 30th.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
It's not this committee that has to recommend it by June 30th.
No.
It's the city commission that has to.
I agree.
That has to happen, yeah, but I think also
And it's
too
fine.
is like you kind of mentioned, is that a lot of these asks and things and it's for restructuring, like, they can't restructure, or if they want to restructure, if the commission and, city departments discuss and have their restructuring, and you guys all agree, but we didn't put the money there, then either you have, you have to wait until the next biennium, or go back and it can be a simple fix as amending the budget. So if you have concerns about restructuring or approving numbers based on a restructure that hasn't been approved or even really discussed and thought out and kind of processed yet, then maybe you look at how this is, and then you continue the conversations, like you said, you continue the conversations, and you come back and the commission can then amend it later to have the funding available for the restructure, am I making sense?
Yeah, and my hope is that
9:30, I hope I'm making sense.
this committee would be comfortable with all the detail presented to it, that they could essentially recommend to the city committee. It looks good. Proceed as presented. But again, we talked about how much control will the city commission have after this is approved, and it's not down to the details we will not have control over. So, it was a question that Matt answered effectively. Thank you.
Just a process question. So how many, are we just down to the library? We have others?
The library will be the last one.
Okay. And then let's pretend that one's done. Mr. Condo's gonna pretend is gonna come back with revision to the budget based on what we talked about. Now, we haven't discussed taking anything away as far as I know. So is the question then gonna be, here's what you guys wanted to add. We need to increase X amount. Or are we gonna discuss, where is the committee on, are we sticking to the overall number and it's just a matter of how it gets divvied up? Or are we gonna have a discussion about increasing, because I think that's a big
I think that's,
discussion.
well, for my thought, I think we need to have that discussion. We have to set what the tax rate is.
It's not after we approve the budget though.
Same time.
Same time, not after. I wouldn't think we would do it after. I think we would,
But you have to know how much money.
Exactly. So let's hear the library. They've been waiting. Or is that they would say, just save the best for last?
You are very patient, and we thank you.
Thank you, Kendall.
Yeah.
So don't look at the
Didn't
quote.
recognize you as your uniform.
Yeah, I don't have my X-Wing costume tonight.
Yeah, but I took.
If there's a special request for next week, I'm happy to bring it back.
I took your suggestion.
It does not make you more believable.
Wait till he gets his lightsaber out, and you'll be scared.
Don't bring a lightsaber to him.
He could take a gun any day.
All right, so library, starting on page 79, the details on page 79, I'm sorry, 75, details on 79. The proposed budget includes a recalibration between on-call part-time library assistants and full-time positions. The addition of the librarian and 2 part-time library assistants is offset by the elimination of 1.5 on-call part-time library assistants. The library fund has a favorable ending fund balance for the past several years and will monitor the additional personnel service expenses. So this was some of the discussion that we had about, so library district funds come in, they're dedicated to that library. We've been accumulating those funds. We had put together a 10-year drawdown of those funds while maintaining 53% operating contingency within it. We accelerated that to the 6th year to allow some of these staffing changes to occur. The budget also includes overall annual increase of approximately 60,000 in library materials, physical and digital data, and library program. So, happy to answer questions on the specifics of the library.
I still don't understand the whole thing about the drawdown. Why does it have to be 53%? Why can't it be 50%? Why can't we get there faster?
50, let me try to understand your question. You're asking about the 53%. Why is it 53%? Very first check that comes in from the library, from the tax assessor to collect the library district dollars comes in on January 15th. So that's 6+ months in which they have to operate with essentially cash on hand. If this was the first year of the library, they'd be taking a loan for that first, 6 months.
Why is there such a lag time? Is the assessor not working fast enough? They're not getting the
They're on
money?
a different.
Does it have to do with collections? I know we're getting in, but to me, it seems like it's our money, why don't we have it?
I can tell you that from when I was at the county
Right.
and was doing this, the reason that it was done in January is because of the schedule of tax revenues coming in. The majority of district funds were received by the assessor right around January. And so the decision was made, the county would rather make one,
Okay, I can understand that, but why are our taxes due in November? And aren't taxes? Obviously not.
It takes, we don't start getting taxes until, the bulk of taxes until latter half of November, first half of December. The library, the tax assessor has to take and distribute that one lump in amongst all the districts.
Right.
So there's some calculations that goes into that, which is probably why that's at then.
Okay, so January, so we're talking for operating from July 1 to January, where there's, I'm simplifying this, there's a gap. So we don't have the money that we're supposed to be having because of the gap. So we're always seemingly 6 months behind, basically. Okay. I don't claim to be a finance whiz at all, that's why you guys are there. So you have, I'm not like Casey or Andy or Lori, that's not my thing. Ask me anything about land use planning, I'm there, So, okay, so we've got a 6-month lag where we have to make up some money, wherever that's coming from, and where are we, that's where this 53% of the stuff we're holding back comes from?
Correct.
Okay. I'm with you so far. And then what happens?
Then what happens?
Yeah, so we're holding back 53%.
The 53% is what we need to end this biennium with in order to have enough cash on hand to operate into the new year.
6 months.
From July
Half a
to
year, okay.
June, yeah. Then the money comes in. I mean, essentially, until that first distribution comes in, they're living off of their fund balance.
Okay.
And then the money come in, and they get the entire allocation of what they need. They can live off of their full year's worth of expenses.
Okay.
And then they continue to carry that 52% forward the next year. It's essentially an untouched amount to have money there to operate through the first 6 months.
Okay. And the 53 comes from where? I mean, like I said, why is it at 50%?
It's a percentage of their operating expenditures, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
If it was a straight line.
That's okay, that's fine. He says 50% of their operating. That's very clear.
I had a question about compensation for employees at the library. It pains me to think of us having qualified staff that are not being compensated what I think is fairly with benefits. And my understanding, and I'm kind of new to this part of it, is that we had to do that. We had to shortchange our employees just so we could get by. Is that too simple of a statement?
From my perspective, that is not too simple a statement. That's basically what it is. I believe, and I've only been here for 3 years, so some of this history is I've inherited. So first of all, you're correct. So of our FTE count, currently we have 18.25 FTE in this current biennium. By FTE count, about 40% of those are unbenefited. We call them on-calls. They're really not on-call. We work them fairly regularly. When you look at the actual number of people involved, it's about 2/3 of our staff. So we've got about 33 people that work at the library on a regular basis. 11 of those people are benefited employees and 22 are on-call employees.
You call them on-call, but they're
unbenefited. That's a misnomer.
Unbenefited employees.
I'd say in the industry, in the library industry, we call them on-call. The basic, the way that on-calls are typically used is when a full-time person or a benefited person is not available.
Like a substitute teacher. I understand that concept really well.
Yes.
What I don't understand is why can't we start giving them some benefits?
So when we've done the financial analysis, which we share with our library board and I share with Ben, share with Tony, it's not a one-to-one, it's not a one-to-one swap. So if I take our on-calls for the union contract, they have to work less than 20 hours a week. So if I take a 19.5 or 20-hour a week on-call person, and I create, I make them a benefited person, even if we keep the same salary rate, the benefits, add to that. And we have to budget for those benefits, we don't know who we're gonna get, so we have to assume that this person's gonna qualify, for benefits, and we have certain, budgeting assumptions that we use for what benefit level they might get. And I mean, that's the difficulty when we go forward. So what we've tried to do is try to start a process where we can say, okay, how can we back off on some of these use of unbenefited on-calls? Convert those positions into at least part-time benefits. So in the current budget proposal, there's 2 30-hour-a-week library assistant 2s, and then there's 1 full-time librarian 1 for youth services. In order to make that work, the 2 strategies we've employed are backing off on our on-calls. So we've said, we anticipate that at least 2 of those positions will be internal candidates. We've got some really great, internal candidates that work for us now as on-calls, and we very much would like to create a career path at the library so that when we get great people, we can offer them, hey, here's an opportunity for you to progress. So backing off on some of those, and then using some of that fund balance that's accrued over time.
Digging ourselves out a little bit.
Hang on, he's finishing.
Yeah, and so using that accrued fund balance as Tony has mentioned, we put together several scenarios when we were doing the budget process. You know, for me, that magic date of 10 years, that's when the bond is paid off, and that's when we don't have $415,000 you know, to pay every year towards this debt. And so the hope was to be able to, you know, use that fund balance that we have while maintaining that 50% reserve over time, and, you know, draw it down, so that we could start the process of addressing some staffing needs we have in a way that actually creates some more benefited positions, so that, yes, we are not so reliant on.
So we have to wait for 10 years, really, before we can
Well,
be aggressive.
And my question was, could we be a little more aggressive and not do 10 years? I mean, 10 years, that's.
Yeah, have your employees stick around. My last part of that question, though, is this unusual for a library district?
I will say one of the unusual things in the Clackamas County Library District about, within the district, the library district passed in 2008, so 61% of voters voted to tax themselves 39 cents per thousand, you know, to support library operations. And at the time when it passed, that district rate was envisioned as supporting operations. The discussion at the time was that that was not sufficient to support capital needs of libraries. And so we use those, you know, we did not levy, you know, when we went up for bond on the building, we did not levy any additional taxes. So the revenue, the funds to pay off that bond are coming largely from that library district operating, that library district revenue.
Well, that sucks.
Well, sucks is not even a word.
No.
Anything else?
If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Not FTE.
Okay.
Set that aside.
Okay.
Currently, you have how many benefited people and how many unbenefited people?
We have 33 total staff.
Sorry?
33 total staff.
Okay.
I just went in 2 weeks ago and looked at our, you know, counted on our scheduling software.
Okay.
Of those, 11 people are benefited, which includes myself and Denise, who are the the director and the manager, and 9 other benefited employees. The other 22 people that we have working for us are unbenefited on calls, working different number of hours and different schedules.
Okay, so with what you're proposing here, what are those counts?
With what, if you'll give me 2 seconds to just get to my,
In other words, how much progress are we making to get to a point where we're not treating our library employees like McDonald's employees?
I believe on the forecast that was handed out last time, I believe I put that on there. Sorry, I've got a whole bunch of things open.
So we start with 11 out of 33 benefited, right?
Right, yeah, it's just to do, with this current budget proposal, it would increase, I want to say it increases there we go. So the benefited FTE would go up to 11, so we've got 11 now, 12, 13, 14, I believe, people. With the on-calls, it's not an exact, it's not an exact thing, because we get some on-calls who can work, of the 19.5 hours we can work them, maybe they can work 16 hours, some on-calls can work 8 or 10 hours. We've generally seen that about for every 1 FTE on-call, it translates to about 3 people. So I would say that under this scenario where we had 13.25 benefited FTE and 6 on-call unbenefited FTE, that 6 FTE would translate probably to somewhere 16, 17, 18, 19 individual human beings.
So how does the ratio change from 11 out of 33 to 18 out of 33? Is that what you're saying?
No, 14. Adding.
Yeah. So we currently have 10.75 benefited FTE, which translates to 11 people, because one of those currently is a 0.75.
And
FTE.
that would go up to 14.
That would go up to, we'd be adding 3 individuals to that, 2.75 FTEs and a full-time FTE.
And your
So
on-call would go down by 6 or 7 or?
by, the way we did it, by 1.5, and when you take the assumption, it's about 3, about 2.75 to 3 on-call FTEs. And that would happen through attrition, because we anticipate that the people who would be taking those on-call, those new benefited positions would come from our existing on-calls, we would back off on the dollars there. So instead of 22, you're anticipating? It's, roughly between 18 and 20 would be my guess, my best guess. That's guesstimate's great. And as you know, I think I've talked to Commissioner Mitchell before, with on-calls and part-timers, sometimes it's, you find a great person and they can work 8 hours a week, and you just say, maybe in 6 months they'll be able to work more, and so you say, yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah. One more tiny question. Fines and forfeitures was 40,000 currently, and it's projected at 0. We're going to stop collecting fines?
We're not going to stop collecting fines. So we did 2 things. So we've seen well, first of all, let me start by saying that these are overdue fines that we're talking about, not lost items. We treat lost items a little differently. We budget them in the same area, but when we talk about overdue fines and maybe not charging them, that's what we're talking about. So within the library industry, one of the biggest equity issues that we have, one of the biggest barriers to access is actually overdue fines. And in the region, Clackamas County is the only library district within the Portland metro region that still has overdue fines. So Multnomah County doesn't have them, Washington County doesn't have them, Port Vancouver hasn't had them since the 70s. So what we were trying to do with this budget is we didn't want to budget them in our operating fund, because we wanted to be able to show our community, and this was a priority of our library board, that when Clackamas County is ready to go fine free, that it's not going to have an operating impact at the Oregon City Library. So we have budgeted 0 in our operating account. Now, if you go back to the Community Facilities Fund, you'll see that we've budgeted 15 grand a year of revenue there. That's our fine revenue. And that also has the benefit of us being able to say to some of our county compatriots, money that we're putting into this capital reserve fund is not coming from district dollars. It's coming from these unencumbered fine revenues coming. So that's where that fine revenue has been budgeted.
That's just fine.
Are you in the deep end?
I'm out of here.
Can you talk about the acceleration and what that does for future?
Out the door. Did you say it again, Lori, because it was not good for?
I was asking them to talk about the acceleration and what that does for future funding or saving.
The acceleration of using that fund balance. So the scenario that I believe got handed out last time, that envisions with the current level of spending and assuming no new revenue source, no additional net general fund in the future, that would exhaust that available fund balance in 6 years. And that does make me a little, that's not my favorite scenario, because I do not want to be here, sitting here in 7 years, asking for $400,000. There are different scenarios that we looked at that would try to stretch that out so that we would use that fund balance more slowly. As we've heard, there's a limited pie.
What is that fund earmarked?
The fund balance? So those are library district dollars. And so those library district dollars were intended by voters to fund operating costs. And so we think of them as historically unexpended operating funds. And so that's why we're using them with staff, basically. It's to help start that process of getting more staff to a benefited level. It's not just that, it will also increase our capacity. We were very pleased with our community survey results. We ranked pretty well. One of the areas that we both heard on the survey that where we could do a better job is programming for our youth, for kids. And so with that fund balance that we're using, 2 of the positions that we propose here are actually in our youth services department, so that we can increase our capacity to do some more programming, do some more story times, and hopefully get out of our library building more. As I mentioned, our library service area is really, really large. It's 23,000 people outside of city limits, and in addition to Oregon City.
And we feel strongly that we need to do a better job of getting out to those unincorporated areas and providing services and meeting those people and listening to them. So hopefully with some additional staff, by using that fund balance to get a few more staff, we can
Guess what was on the front of the Tribune today? The mobile library that Multnomah County has, that was on the front page of the Portland Tribune. And I said, oh, I hope Greg sees this.
Multnomah County's got.
I know.
They've got a district rate that is much higher than ours.
So how do we, just as an aside, how do we go about starting the conversation or finishing the conversation about how to raise that rate? Because that's, when I'm voting on it, I thought that's really low.
That's an excellent question. I would say that library directors, since about 2018, we have come to the conclusion that probably the best long-term strategy for providing sustainable library service in Clackamas County is eventually to go out to voters with a proposal for a new rate.
Yeah.
Now, the difficulties with that is the current library district, it's an ORS 451 district, county service district, so the rate cannot change. It's always going to be 39 cents per thousand, so our revenues only go up 3%. So what we would have to do is we would have to go out to voters and ask them to approve a successor district. You know, with a higher rate, we talked internally about maybe you do it under a different ORS, so you have a different governance structure. I would say that in other cities, there are some conversations starting to happen. Directly to your question, you know, what could we do as a city? It would be just being publicly saying, hey, as these conversations start to occur, you know, the city of Oregon City really is interested in conversations about what a future district might look like.
We don't have, we could be talking about this from now until tomorrow morning.
I don't.
We're almost there. I'm not talking about tonight, I'm talking about the discussion about how we get a successful district started. Instead of waiting 10 or 15, 20 years.
What I would say is that, you know, there's a citizen body called the Library District Advisory Committee, LDAC. It's advisory to the Board of County Commissioners. And one of the things, as you know, one of the things that body and the county tried to do right before COVID was to have a task force. We had a library district task force all set up. The goal was to discuss all of these questions. You know, what rate is needed to provide sustainable library services? How would you govern the district? What would be appropriate use of funds? We got one meeting under our belt in February of 2020, and then COVID hit. And so at that Library District Advisory Committee meeting, there's a lot of conversation about how do we move forward with that? How do we re-engage and how do we start these conversations again?
So in your opinion, and city managers also, what percentage or what portion does this proposal get us to where we want to, which I don't actually know. I mean, do we want to have any on-call? I mean, we have to have a few, but not 22. How do we take that number? And what is the ideal, in the best of all possible worlds, saying that we had all the money in the world, what is our library master plan say is the number of staff we need to service what we have?
Well, I would have to go do some thinking about that because honestly, it was such a large number. It's not something I've ever given serious consideration to. I can tell you that when the library district passed, in the IGA that every city signed, there were aspirational standards that were in place at the time. And the staffing aspirational standard is 0.33 FTE per thousand population served. So if you do a quick calculation of our service area, which is 61,000, it comes out to about 20.25 FTE. If we could go forward with saying taking those 20 FTE, if 18 of them were full-time benefited, we could, kind of do the calculations, but that's a lot more than we have right now. That's almost double of what we currently have.
Yeah, I'm just looking at pie in the sky, and that was what I had in my head, was taking the 14, using the 14 number and saying, okay, that's 28. It makes total logical sense to me.
Are we ready for a motion to adjourn?
We're close. I just want to ask one more question. So adding a library, adding 2 part-time assistants, that gets us to those numbers you gave us, 14 and whatever, and that gets us closer.
Yes, that would give us 3 benefit people in youth services.
For 2 years.
For 2 years, well, potentially
Well,
for
yeah,
6 years.
well, yeah, 6 years.
Yeah.
So then,
That would also.
in the next biennium.
We would go for it. It would give some more support in our circulation department. Currently, we only have basically 1 full-time benefited employee. We have another one that we kind of lowered to that department. And it would also allow us, we've been doing a lot more with teens recently. We've reactivated our teen advisory committee. That's taken a lot of, the person who's doing that was in youth services, so we're planning to move that person to our adult services team. There's a little more synergy between teens into the emerging adult area, and that would help bolster the adult services department as well. And if we get these positions, that will, we'll have basically 3 benefited folks, both in youth services and adult services.
So that's the ask.
That's what's in the budget.
In the budget, unless we say, gee, Greg, we want you to add another librarian, so we have 2 librarians.
And I can tell you, our board chair in his testimony mentioned the $350,000 amount. That was basically, that was kind of our,
Dream.
Yeah. So we.
And that is how many? This is a couple more people.
A couple more people, yeah. The way we had structured that, it was a couple of more part-time library assistant twos, a couple of half-time library assistants in our circulation department, and yeah.
Okay.
That's where that.
Yes, please.
This is not about the library, but it seems like the parks situation is unresolved. And so I'm just wondering if we get to next week and we're ready to, we have a number that we're gonna debate that's still hanging out there, are we gonna?
I think we have to see what the ask, because they asked, I mean, the one that was on paper on the public testimony, that one was 190,000. And it comes back that wasn't the number, it was 350,000 or $700,000.
Yeah.
For those asks, so now we need to be looking at, okay, these are there's quite a few different parts, and so we need to see it in a better light.
We have different asks. We have the city increases
Yeah.
as recommended in the budget, and then we have the public.
Yeah.
And when I saw this from Jerry, I said, well, that doesn't include benefits. I said, that's.
And is that gonna be on the list? Is that considered something that you're gonna add? Because I don't think that we really directed.
No, we didn't
do that. Okay. So it's just gonna be what you presented, but maybe organized in a better.
We're gonna clean up the parts.
Okay.
Unless we say that we.
Yes,
want to
and
add it.
That's what I'm asking, all right, thank you.
Get the noise on there, and then.
Oh.
And then speaking of that as well, with if you're only gonna be kind of debating on what we add is like the OC together stuff, I was thinking about that, if we're gonna be reviewing their ask. I don't know that we ever actually came on a yes or a no, and then exactly what fund that would be going into as well.
Well, I mean, we, OC together, CIC increase, Arts Commission increase, Commissioner O'Donnell's code enforcement increase. I mean, there's a lot of asks there, and we've got next week, period. So I assume you'll come back next week with some numbers attached to all of these asks that we've heard.
I don't think that we ever said we wanted to do the CIC extra funding and the OC.
No, we haven't had that
No,
discussion.
but to get the ask back, and then now, that's when we debate yes or no, when we actually have.
We can put together just a simple spreadsheet of the asks that we've heard so far, so that this group can make, if that's easier, then we just go through them one by one.
Yeah, and we can say yay or nay, yay or nay.
It may be yes, no, it may be some portion of what they asked for, but we haven't had.
No, we haven't done that.
Look back and have all those.
I know, I just didn't want it on, here's a lump and we're gonna vote on it.
Yeah,
'cause I'm like,
right.
no, we
No,
haven't.
I would not do that.
We're going to be here till 10 o'clock next week.
I would not do that. I would not vote for a lump sum.
I like you guys, I like hanging.
And Commissioner Smith, you're looking for information about
the fund,
the dedicated
donation
amounts.
Yes.
Yes.
You know,
Yes, we
well,
have.
I'm more concerned about the Ermtinger and the facilities being listed in the right place than I am that donation, the donation thing, I don't think we're gonna get an answer by next week. It's, deep enough that I wanna deal with. That'll come later, but I do want a list of all the donations in the city, where, in parks, and where, how they're broken out. That's me as a commissioner wanting that, that's a separate thing.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
Recess.
Recess.
Yeah,
Move to
recess.
recess until, the 20, no, the what? 18th.
18, yep. Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded.